The train's passing by our bedroom window. It feels like the writing's on the wall. You try your best to reassure me, but lately I don't believe you at all. It takes time to build up some kind of mountain. It takes strength just to sit and watch it fall. We can hope that it all wasn't for nothing, but for now I will just wait out in the hall. If I can't change your mind, then I wanna change for you every single night. Pick my clothes, run my life, 'cause I wanna change for you every single night. It's better than saying goodbye. It's better than saying goodbye. I know that this all sounds self-destructive, but I'll be the first to make it work. Use your hands and control me like a puppet, because losing your love right now is worse. We can hope that it all wasn't for nothing, but for now I will just wait out in the hall. If I can't change your mind, then I wanna change for you every single night. Pick my clothes, run my life, 'cause I wanna change for you every single night. It's better than saying goodbye. I wanna change for you. It's better than saying goodbye.
Hello and welcome to the Valorant Draft Circuit. Welcome to our very first finals as we go to advanced tier finals between Red Rose and Team Pragmatic. My name is Childerose. Joining me on the cast tonight is Fuffy. Fuffy, are you excited for this best of five matchup?
I'm very excited. I'm hyped for a best of five just because I don't know. There's nothing more exciting than just how deep it can go. I know sometimes a best of five might just peter out a little early, but I think we'll get some good action here.
Speaking of that best of five, just going over the map order real quick, the map picks and bans, we saw Team Pragmatic, who had higher seed and chose to ban first and pick first, banned Haven, Red Rose, then banned Fracture. Map 1 was selected by Team Pragmatic as Ascent. The order then goes Breeze, Icebox, Bind, and Split will be our decider if we get that far. Team Pragmatic will be on defense for every map except Breeze first. And I'm very interested to see how these maps play out. I think both teams
Yeah.
just kind of went for their permabans, and we are playing the other five maps in the order presented. So we're going to see where this goes.
Yeah, I mean, really, like the map order doesn't matter as much because even if you're really good on two maps, you're eventually gonna have to play one that you're less comfortable on.
Yeah, I do always get a little nitpicky with like official or just other streams where they make a big deal about the pick order in a best of five. I'm like, we already know what the maps are. The order's not that important.
Yeah, it's important to get some momentum and get a good start, but there's so much room in a best of five to turn things around. I'd say, I mean, especially in a best of five, you're never out until that one team locks in that third map, and I mean, until that point, it's really up in the air. I want to talk for a moment about the story of how both teams got here. Some people might be less familiar, including me. I haven't gotten to cast an advanced game yet. I don't believe. But just looking at the bracket, we can see that Red Rose were seeded number five coming into the playoffs, and they have fought through those quarterfinals and semifinals, while Team Pragmatic actually won 2-0 with their first round bye being the second overall seed. So one of these teams has actually played a lot more maps in the lead up to this.
For sure.
And
And apologies, I'm dealing with trying to
I'm gonna
help
make
play.
sure
We might be
everything
getting
will
into
get
as we're
started
getting
here.
into agent select. We
All
might be
right, here we
getting
go.
a tech pause right off the rip here as one player does have a glitch that sometimes causes her to crash. So we're
Oh
going to try
no.
to resolve that before we're going to try to get out ahead of that a little bit, perhaps in this matchup.
Can we get
Uh,
VDC sponsored by some kind of hardware brand so that we can get people PCs that aren't crashing?
Before we get into this first map, before we talk about agent select, which I really want to, I do have to bring to attention that the advanced tier MVP has been decided. I'll bring this up after this match as well, probably between the next
Choose
couple.
your agent.
MVP of advanced tier is not playing in this match, but is Snowflake Obsidian's Waffle, who ended the season playing 18 maps with a 1.23 rating, went plus 108 and a 1.41 KD. Congratulations to
Damn.
Waffle on being our advanced tier MVP.
Very impressive.
Indeed, indeed. Now getting back to this game, and again, we'll announce that again, hopefully with a little more time to discuss it. But I believe I was supposed to say it before we got into the first map, and we'll send out a big announcement in league updates soon, I am sure. But looking at these two compositions, I'm just panning my head over. We have two initiators out of both sides. It does look like the attacking side of Red Rose has opted for double info initiators. So we have Fade and the Sova, which is an interesting choice on Ascent. Ascent is one of those maps where you do see that composition every once in a while, but usually paired with that third initiator with flashes. So no flashes for this attack side, except for the Paranoia out of their Omen. From the defense, again, these are relatively similar comps. Swap the Jet for the Raze and swap the Fade for the KO, as our lovely observer zombie here is going to set his highlight color back to the default.
There we go.
I think it'll reset. I think it'll reset after this round. It might bug us throughout the round.
Visual style. I'm interested. I like that we get to see some variety. I know there's some agents that's like, oh well, you need smoke, so you got an omen. Everyone needs a chamber, but we got some variety in the Jet versus the Rays to sort of open up, whether it be dashing in or using those blast packs to get a lot of space. And right now, the space that they're looking to take here is control, but up close to the main, and that
not ready.
was a nice shot to start things off.
I have the spike.
Crazen the one to get that opener. They've also cleared out all of A-man. And with this much control, this
I'll find you.
has to find some kind of opening or pick back in. And the defenders aren't budging at all. They're doing a good job at just staying locked into these positions.
Absolutely, as we see the beginning of the round playing out here. Apologies, more technical issues are coming up. This one entirely my fault. The lobby might not be set to tournament mode, unfortunately, for this first map. We will see if they elect for a restart. But as we have the attack side here of Red Rose getting prepared.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, the knife found the one player that was towards A main, and so there's still two people sort of stuck towards A, drawn in by that information when the real hit is coming in on B. Three of them just streaming out, and one player in the back of the site. That is Crazen here to receive and to get right-clicked down. Pixel taking them out, and it's just a flurry of frags. So many defenders going down, and the spike gets planted. Even after that opening pick, they get no more.
It's going to come down to the 2v4. Envious, the captain of this team, on low health, low ammunition as well. Might need to go for the reload, but decides to push out anyway. Berto on this horrible off angle. It's always a pain to deal with. Clean headshot to find the first. It's all on to Anthony. Does turn on Berto, but has to find three in the site. Probably not possible here as time is ticking down. It's just going to be a peek onto Reggie. Tags down. Round is all but over. Let's see what Anthony can find. Just goes down to the classic. That'll be the first round on the board for Red Rose.
Nothing more for him. That was a little bit of a dirty off angle there. No way that they were ready to clear that. There were so many attackers alive in the post plant that you just can't clear all the corners. And even though Crazen did a great job at finding that opening pick, everything just fell apart after that. They were a bit too spread out, and they lost each duel one by one. I'm not sure if they can rely on those individual duels consistently for this attacking side for Red Rose, but that's at least one that they're able to lock in.
Just so you know, Fuffy, I'm... okay, there we go. Apologies, everyone. We're having so many technical issues tonight, including, I believe, with Fuffy's audio at the present moment. But as we are getting into this second round, Red Rose with the gun advantage around, they expect to come in and win here. Biggest threat, though, is this lurking chamber hiding in a smoke in mid. The Prowler actually misses. We'll see if Reggie tries to over-aggress here and does walk up. A Crazy slow reaction, can't find the fade. The crossfire comes in from Fox. That'll be the first kill in the favor of Team Pragmatic. Meanwhile, though, MetaMagic has found Anthony lurking in Cubby, and the rest of Red Rose is finding an open A site where they're going to be able to get the spike down.
Spike planted.
Yeah, this type of map, though, the trades don't stop. Berto has lurked all the way up B main, found one. There's a couple of trades. It's now a 2v3 for the remaining members of the defense. Queen Fox, who's going to find Potato Aim looking the wrong direction. She'll go down. So 2v2 now, and MetaMagic on low hit points. Fox might have spotted the Jet player in the corner. Is going to have to push up and clear. Envious here. They actually do find MetaMagic. It's all onto Pixel. Pixel can't find anything. That's going to be the break of the second round bye, as Envious is going to get the defuse here, and Team Pragmatic, with no guns to their name, pull off the Thrifty and immediately break the pistol round win. So a huge round, a huge early momentum swing for the side of Anti-Tilt's team Pragmatic, as they're going to get their first on the board in an unexpected fashion. This will break the money of Red Rose, and also on a scent where attack rounds sometimes come at a premium, that's a rough one to lose with the superior weapons and the superior numbers. Came down to a 3v2 there. We'll see if they can get anything done now, Red Rose, now that they're on the weaker buy. We've seen rounds go back and forth like this in the early rounds, but so far just some shots going wide as they try to explore mid and B main. The recon dart will get Birdo teleporting back out.
Here.
So it's going to have to be a retake of control of the middle of the map if Red Rose want to go that direction. In the meantime, Krazen here in this off angle. There's a double hold on this B main position, which can always be tricky to get out of. Metamagic smells it. Actually, yeah, gets the tap, but can't get the damage through the wall. Does a little bit, I think. Almost actually pulls off the duel. In the meantime, Birdo has found Fox on Catwalk. Envious will finally get Metamagic to make it an even trade. Does look like Red Rose actually might want to re-hit towards A, and this is actually being red as well.
30 seconds left.
Up middle, Regimade is falling back. Maybe they want to go towards B. It's uncertain. Birdo tries to walk into the smoke, goes down to the Spectre of Krazen. And Krazen's going to find another. That also might have been through the smoke. So now it's on to the last two for Red Rose. Potato aim. She tries to peek out. Can't find anything. Reggie made last alive.
left.
Just the Sheriff. Found the first. Finds the second. 1 HP. No time left to plant. He's going to just go looking for something. Can't find anything. Round will go in the favor of Team Pragmatic. No time to plant. But the Phantom is recovered at the very least.
Yeah. We'll see if my mic is working properly now. We'll have to just get anybody to listen in and see if I sound entirely broken. I believe it should sound much better now. Everything should be okay. I had to reconnect to everything, but
I really hope so. I don't want to solo cast the entire finals here if
You
this
don't
goes
want
5
to?
maps.
But what if it went all 5 maps overtime on each one? Wouldn't that be so fun? Just you?
I think by the end of it, I would be communicating purely in like whistles and
Just be like mumbling,
grunts.
just like, "Bah."
Anyway, the first pick is going in the favor of Red Rose. They're starting to aggress Fox, though. Pushed into smoke at the same time as Metamagic, so even picks as we finally get our team banners up, and as soon as they go up, they go down. But Birdo will
Face your
Fox.
fear!
Fox has gone down on this catwalk position a lot. The Nightfall has just come in onto A towards the tree side. Didn't find anybody, but Pragmatic want to push, or Red Rose want to push off of it anyways.
Krazen's getting grabbed, actually. Did they know it? Yes! That is a
Spike
great
down A.
shot, and it puts Birdo into a near unwinnable situation. They're going to get the one, and they have a spike that they can retrieve here. 40 seconds to try to make this one work, but
Last player
Envious
standing.
wrapping around the side and grabs that trade. Birdo makes it close, but Envious locks it in the end for Red Rose. Or for Pragmatic. I just realized I think our team names are swapped. Yeah, that'll happen sometime. We have a best of 5 to get all of our tech issues sorted out. That's the one good thing that we have right now. There we go. Swap those names back to the right spot. Everybody gonna be buying up what they can. It looks like it is an investment in here. Not a lot. Guardian out for
You
Reggie.
want to play? Let's
Gonna
play.
get detected there. Krazen up close. Looking for someone who's gonna overpeak. Envious actually looks to be the one who wants to peek towards mid, and as they do so, they're gonna take down Metamagic. That's the first solid pick for Pragmatic into this one. There is still that scary tour de force that is up. Envious gonna go with the fake TP, and then drop their own smoke there towards Catwalk to block off this attacking advance.
Yeah, we have apologies. We have Red Rose, who've taken full control of mid, but only control of mid. You can see the chamber pushed all the way up into B main for a anti-tilt team Pragmatic, controlling all of that space, and so Fox knows the hit is coming. 3 and the jink. Can't quite find Birdo. Yeah, can't quite find Birdo, but now left in a 1v4. This might just be an unwinnable position. Probably should be and will be. Crazen with the operator on the other side will take down chamber on chamber. And we're getting a sense of stability here in this first half as Red Rose is struggling to find attacking rounds. They've been getting a lot of mid control, but they haven't been taking control of the extremities of the map so much, and they're paying for it. Krazen had full presence on B main, and the team was very aware that the hit was likely coming through mid, maybe through A main, but were able to dedicate a lot of their attention towards catwalk, towards the bottom of mid, and we saw Fox with a nice clean spray down there. The catwalk warrior so far, as he's now getting called upon on the site.
This is tough.
The
fact that they were all just spotted there by the knife and then cut off by the nade, and now all the rotates are in. This is just... The site takes seem doomed from the beginning. Metamagic has to dash away as they're all just... They're stuck in that choke and gonna go try to ramp around instead. Looking for this mid control. No one there to stop them at this point in time, so Magic can start to clear out some of this control. And they've at least got a minute to figure something out from here.
We'll see if these two players can find anything. Yeah, this will be the first
no,
challenge. And, unfortunate for MetaMagic, Envious will also find the spray on a potato. 10 health remaining. Nice, clean round. And Red Rose fall into the Ascent trap that I've seen so many teams across all of our tiers falling into. They get guns in their hands, and what do? They just 5-man barrel it down A main. It's not a strategy that really... you can make it effective, but it's not a consistent strategy, I don't think. We're going to see the timeout coming out from the attackers here. But Red Rose went for that A main rush, and a lot of times we just see it get mowed down. Saw it get mowed down there. It was really Anthony on the Rays who found those picks.
I enjoy the early timeout. I think it's important to use it now and try to stabilize things, because... Yes, you could save it for a later moment, but you'll never even get into those close moments if you just let Pragmatic pull away from it. So Red Rose going to go ahead, take a moment, try to figure out their strategy, figure out what they want to do here with this little bit of a lighter buy. They're already posturing towards B, perhaps going to try to replicate the last round up towards B and see if they can get some more success. Or perhaps they're going to throw something a little more unique at us. We'll just have to see.
They've been playing through mid a lot, almost to a fault for most of those rounds, and they tried to cut back on that last round and paid for it, because Ascent is just a map of narrow chokes. And if you try to send too many players through any of those individual narrow chokes, they are going to get mowed down. We saw Fox's left click. What is this lineup? Oh, interesting lineup out of Parker. All right. We did hear the operator ring out as the first pick went to the side of Pragmatic. Chamber is Chamber is just an agent that exists and always has an op on this map. And
always
we'll find the first pick.
There's lots of chokes, but lots of long range angles, which just leads the op to have great success. Meaning you have one spot to hold, and you can hold it from so far away. Krazen's decides to get a little aggressive, finds a pick, and then just reroutes all the way over here onto A. Waiting for another player to perhaps get over-aggressive, and instead, they're going to turn back to B. They just want to be all over this map and try to lock things down and shut Red Rose down before they can get anything started, which, right now, they've just spread out, trying to see if any openings will be given over to them.
Yeah, they've actually played a pretty nice slow default. We'll see how they can convert the hit off of this, as it is just coming through. There's not really a lot of utility behind this, but Birdo is actually just going to get past and find the first.
30 seconds left.
Now on Anthony to defend the site, who doesn't look like he's going to try too hard. So it's going to be the 4v4 on the retake, as the Hunter's Fury comes in immediately and make that a 3v4 because Parker's gone down.
That pick being grabbed it puts him in a really awkward spot because there's 4 players to try to retake this, and there's many of them coming up through heaven. Parker going to be able to grab one, and that draws a lot of attention away, though Anthony flying through the sky gets shut down. That being said, Envious and Crazens are able to clean things up. They breathe a sigh of relief and continue this win streak for Pragmatic. 6 rounds on the board.
6 rounds on the board and 6 rounds in a row. It's a better round from Red Rose. Weaker weapons probably to blame for, not entirely to blame for the loss there, but a large part in how that round fell against their favor. What I really want out of them is to replicate this control style they've been going for when they don't have the guns, when they do actually have guns in their hands. And they almost opted for a double operator setup there. We do see a lot of presence towards B lobby, but Regimate on the other side of the map gives me some hope that this is going to be more of a split effort. Who does look like he wants to peek catwalk, which could, or from bottom mid, which might not be the best decision. Actually gets away with it.
Double shock dart. They're just playing behind it. Metamagic dodges the brunt of that attack. Not gonna take too much, but it's still gonna sting as they're creeping up, and no one is there to meet in A main or in B main. In the meanwhile, in A main, Anthony is clearing it out, and I like that Red Rose has gone for mid control. They have a little something extra now, and they can try to split into one of these sites. Instead, they've just got 2 players sort of holding for any push. And 3 on A, this is a little bit scary. B site could be the weakness here.
Cover going out.
Potato a little wide open here. Just the trademark to slow them down. Fox, though, on the operator has just found Birdo. And Envious's paranoia might slow down the hit a little bit. This one-way should prevent any of the defenders from holding. Unfortunately, Red Rose don't quite know they can just kind of walk out here. There's nobody behind it.
Left.
The one-way is actually faded as they hit as well.
Oh, they were all so nervous, and in the meanwhile, while they take so long to get this spike down, their 2 mid lurkers are just getting picked apart. 2 of these operators singing out. One technically the tour de force. Potato Aim stuck in the site, gonna get spotted out and wall banged down. Pixel is at least in the back here and is grabbed 2, but that is all.
I gave him a chance there if he had more bullets. Those were nice first 2 shots, but couldn't convert anything after. Unfortunately, only one of the kills even sticks. The defuse will come through.
That was solid. Those were good shots, but those are the kind of shots that they need to hit earlier on. Get more into these advantage situations, because they have had just not enough manpower left as soon as these retakes come through. And so they're just getting traded out one by one. Yeah, someone can try to make a hero play, but eventually they will get overwhelmed by just the wave of defenders coming onto that site.
Yeah, in that particular instance, the B site was pretty much free, so no picks were found going in. Unfortunately for Red Rose, a couple of their players on, lurk positions or just still establishing map control ended up dropping to operators. And when you're playing a 3v5 retake on the B side, you're going to be fighting a huge uphill battle. The site itself doesn't give you a whole lot of map control at all, so Pragmatic had all the space in the world to work with, and Red Rose ended up paying for their numbers deficit.
Yeah. Now they're just gonna look around for any kind of headshot that they can find. Potato Aim, jump spot in mid. Up A main, and that ult is gonna look for info, and gonna get.
I don't know if Potato Aim's seeing Anthony on catwalk here, but Anthony has definitely seen Potato Aim jump peek a few times. Eventually, he'll fall back. Spikes towards the A side. I don't know which is the defensive Hunter's Fury coming through. I'm not sure that found much of anything, as Birdo and Metamagic are going to push out. First kill goes to Envious, and Crazen will find Birdo as well. Is this a pick? No, this is a full committal, as Potato Aim has used the From the Shadows to get onto the site.
I like this play.
But has to fight a huge uphill battle.
Oh, when they come through this, no one's going to be looking at it. That being said, if they take too long, another one of these defenders could rotate in. Instead, they're flanking around. There's 2 people up on catwalk, dropping into sight, and Potato Aim at least grabs that one. The aim good enough for that. We'll see if this Potato can make it clutch, but instead, Parker shuts him down. Spectre not able to get anything more off. Retrieved. And Pragmatic are dominant so far.
It looks like Red Rose wanted to get a little bait and switch, push and pull, get Potato Aim onto site with the spike, which she does. But she can't commit to the plant there because all of her teammates go down in the process of trying to get onto the site. And the other, it was, I believe, Birdo and Metamagic were the two pushing up. Pixel and Reggie on the other side of the map just can't contribute to that round. Potato has to try to do it herself. Loops around to get the first, but just absolutely outgunned and out of time, really. Even if she'd found the second, probably not a round that goes in her favor. As once again, we're seeing Red Rose. They take this map control. But, yeah, they just lose players one by one. They will get the trade this time, though.
That's the first time that Crazen has been shut down, at least by a trade, when they go for that opening pick. And Anthony has been caught. Birdo's actually gotten two. Birdo just making the op sing. That is the chamber impact that can get them their second round. I say can, though. Physics is really trying to deny it here. Hell, getting shot at, and the spike can just go down.
Last player
This is a
standing.
little bit awkward, and finally finished off Birdo. That's a three-piece now. The
planted.
classic, the one to make that one work. And Parker going to attempt the clutch, but as this door closes, chances dwindle as well. That first pick, though, is exactly what they need, and they've spotted Birdo, but Birdo shut them down.
I was about to say, you would hope that this is going to be an impossible clutch. Thankfully for Red Rose, it does work out. Birdo clean on the operator. When Potato Aim went down, I was a little worried. She was caught out of position. 1v2s are very winnable. Birdo had missed that shot. Suddenly we're in a 1v1 situation. But thankfully, Red Rose managed to hold one of the first man advantages they've had all half and convert their second round, the first since the pistol. Remember, they did win the pistol in this half and then immediately dropped around. You have to wonder how this half would be looking different had they not.
Yeah.
You have to also have to leave that in the rear view if the Red Rose. You can't let yourselves worry about that, as we have a fast play into A main from Anthony, who's found one with the showstopper.
And Envious able to get a second. This is put Red Rose in a really awkward position. I was going to say, if they could get 2 more rounds on this half and finish out strong, I would say they'd be very happy with it. But now, they're not happy at all with the result in this round. A little bit of aggression. Pragmatics say, oh, you think you can just win a round like that? All right, let's get our opening picks then and just throw everything at them and shut them all down. 2 Red Rose players left up to attempt this, and really not a lot of control for them.
They're going to have to try to find a weakness, try to find a place to push in. B-site would be that weakness right now. And if they can find Envious on the off angle, they cannot. Envious will just mow both down, and it's a huge counter punch from Pragmatic. A flawless ninth on the
Last
board.
round in the half.
They see that slow style from Red Rose, and they decide to pull the trigger on their own on the defensive side. Anthony goes in with a showstopper with some utility behind it. It goes about as perfectly as possible for Pragmatic. Crazen, I believe, also finds a pick in mid as there was a Red Rose attempt to pressure the other side of the map. Just a huge collapse immediately for Red Rose. No chance in a 2v5 unless they really found some shots.
Yeah, when a team wants to try to set up any kind of exec, the strongest way to counter that is just to get in their face, be aggressive, just like Anthony has been last round with the showstopper and this round with the Vandal headshot.
Reggie made, I believe, was trying to go through the smoking tiles, and a lot of times you can get away with that, but the odd time it's defended, sometimes you pay for it dearly. There's so much mid control coming through for the side of Pragmatic, but Anthony overextends, and there's a chance now.
Yeah. They wanted to double down and just continue to try to push the advantage that they had, but instead they've given up the advantage. 4-on-4 here, as it's a group up, 2 players towards the A-man and the other 2 rotating around for it. The tough part is that is a perfect knife that will discover both of them. And so they just decide to back up, worried that a push will come through, but I don't think they're going to give up on this A hit. Instead, they're going to have some teammates probe mid. Now they all group up A main, and now it's the 4-player commit. Physics, the one to defend. Potato Aim has the smokes ready. They're going to grab this full course and swing on in. There it is. It's time. The knives are popped. Gonna dash straight on into the smoke. Meta Magic up close, goes down though. Birdo instant on the trade, and Pixel is.
Oh, they're not watching the
behind
door.
that spike. Envious, yeah, that's one through the door, but they traded back. Pixel again getting it, and Birdo shuts down Parker. Birdo has been the key in every single round. Well, just these 2 rounds we've seen them win so far. And let's see if they can lock this one down instead. It's that ult pop, the Hunter's Fury. Gonna be able to get some good damage, but Krazen's dodges the majority of it and now has pushed up close. This duel to decide everything. Who will win this final half? It is Red Rose as Pixel shuts them down. 3 on the board and a little bit of momentum, a little bit of wind back in their sails as we swap on over.
I saw Envious walking through that door, and I've seen so many huge plays across so many matches, including here in the VDC lately, that I was conditioned to expect the 3K. Well handled by Pixel, who ends up winning out the round for Red Rose to be able to turn on Envious quickly and prevent his own death, really, and allow the spike to go down. Nice aggressive angle by Birdo as well, finds just the pixel of a head. That's a really important round for Red Rose to win, and so is this one. They definitely need the pistol win here and the conversion afterwards, which normally I wouldn't mention, but obviously proved to be some trouble in the first half. That's going to be what's asked of them here on their defensive half if they want to get back into this map.
Yeah. Reggie actually gonna grab that ult orb and begin to sneak out. They drop their pistol. Gotta pick that up before you get out of there. Now they retreat. They've spotted some A main. Fox gonna reclaim that control as the rest of the attackers have spread out here for Pragmatic.
They've left Anthony in B main, who does look like he wants to lurk back towards a mid, as the hit will be coming through A main.
It's an interesting crossfire here. Pixel gonna shoot out a recon dart to try to see if anyone's pushing up, but Anthony has taken cover from it. Now could try to take this timing to walk on into mid as the rest of the team is hitting into A. Out immediately. Anthony swings and gets the one onto Pixel, and Reggie has been shut down in the site by Krazen. Berto at least grabbing that one back, and so they are going to attempt this retake, though. Only 3 players alive for Red Rose. This will be tough. Meta Magic ready to pop this door. As that opens up, it's Krazen's to receive, and Krazen's actually missing that shot. It's Birdo instead who's gotten one, 2. They are making this headhunter sing, and so only Krazen is stuck here. Potato Aim could even just stick on the spike, but instead they're all 3 pushing up. The blind, the paranoia, keeps them stuck. They're going to try to spam through the smoke. Only 1 bullet left. They get the one on Potato Aim, but that is not the diffuser. Red Rose, a much-needed pistol, put their 4th on the board and put Pragmatic in a little bit of an awkward situation, because before they had just been leading, in control of the game this entire time. But if Red Rose start off this half strong, we could see things evening up in the blink of an eye.
Maybe not a blink of an eye. Maybe 2 blinks.
Yeah,
I would say 9-3 is a bit of a bigger deficit. But just a huge play out of Birdo there, really. Finds the lurking player and finds 3 more on site. That headhunter was hunting heads, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
And once again, Red Rose here to convert the second round. And that's already a rough start. Thankfully, Krazen can't find another head onto Meta Magic. But it's already a little concerning. Red Rose could still clean this round up, of course, should still clean this round up, but losing the first, never a great sign. Thankfully, the weapon, no recovered weapon, at the very least. As the hit starts to come towards B, they're all out, and they've all taken so much damage. Pixel from lane finds 4. Anthony, the last alive. It's gonna be the ace. That's why you don't funnel 5 out B main on Ascent, ladies and gentlemen.
It's tough when there's a Spectre ready to receive the high fire rate, just mowing them down, and they're gonna go ahead and upgrade. Might as well treat yourself with that Phantom, or they want to swap back. Okay, sticking with the Spectre can respect that as well. And so Red Rose, they've cleaned that one up, and now is the true test. They have to defend against these weapons. Against it looks like they have Tour de Force coming out for Krazen. And 4 other rifles up on the board. And Krazen's just peeking in immediately, though. Berto smartly going to TP away before that shot can connect.
Red Rose getting aggressive on their own. Potato Aim takes full control of B main. No info on lobby. But with Metamagic's watch towards tiles, I think they're starting to suspect there's not a whole lot of presence towards B. I think Anthony just took 75 from a shock dart.
That's a
lineup
beautiful
out
dart
of
lineup.
Pixel. that
Pixel's nerding out.
For real, that was an insane shot. Unfortunately, Red Rose catching the wrong read. It is only Pixel here to defend, who I believe fires off the shock dart, gets some more damage, but has to just fully retreat as the site's handed over without a fight.
Yeah, the KO pop flash straight through that smoke is very, very deadly, and so Pixel doesn't even want to challenge it. Just going to drop back and leave us into a 5-on-5 retake. At this point, it's all about what abilities you still have left. You still have save. That owl drone is going to detect one who can then get shut down. Berto, actually, though, found a headshot. Reggie with one, Meta as well, and they're all working together to get this one. It's only Fox who actually has 2.
Oh, he's been baited! He's been baited! He got baited
they
so
thought they
hard.
got the diffuser, and yeah, you're right. Basically a perfect bait, even if it wasn't on purpose. That kill wasn't the one on the spike, and so Fox, a good attempt, good kills there in the end, but not the round.
I think Fox has a lineup for that plant position and might have just missed it, or doesn't have a lineup and just free aimed it. But when it was Potato Aim went down, he assumed, oh, that's the diffuser dead. I haven't heard a tap. But it was Metamagic sticking the whole way through, and that's a big conversion for Red Rose as they take the bonus round, completely reversing the first half, where they couldn't even take the second after winning pistol. This puts them very in contention, as this is going to be a lighter buy for Pragmatic.
Very much in contention, and Berto in with the opening pick. There we go. That might be what they need if they can just get a couple openings like that. Potato Aim ready to slip out this smoke. They have a quick flank through B main. And as they slip through the smoke, they're going to realize that Pragmatic are actually wrapping around the whole time, and they're going to wrap into an empty B site. This is a bit of a strange retake. Are they going to realize that A main has 2 defenders in it as they begin to get this spike down? I think they might have some eyes on it, Parker. Yeah, gonna chuck a shock dart over there. And at this point now, it's just all about who can hit these shots. On in, Fox to get
NVS on alert.
Yeah, this is a really rough spot. Perhaps the flank could be useful, but the flank might not even matter. Anthony, the only one left in the back of the site, and that Sheriff is not working out for him. They get one headshot. Only
they can't kill him?
Envious, at least on the flank, has the one. And actually, yeah, the fact that they didn't get that kill could have stalled long enough, though. Metamagic able to get it, does not lose out that duel to Envious. And so Red Rose complete the retake, grab themselves 7. Blink and you'll miss it. They've almost completed this comeback straight up to evens.
Maybe it was the blink of an eye. Maybe you were right the whole time. Envious had the most unlucky lurk there. Usually you lurk in that mid position and you find one at least coming through, trying to break through door.
Yeah.
Nobody came, and he got anxious about it. Could have just walked. I think the door actually was closed on him, so he couldn't really do anything from that position. Had to lurk all the way back through spawn, and by the time he comes out, yeah, he gets one, but it's a little late. There's only Anthony left on site, who should have been dead by that point. I don't know how he lives that long in the back of the site, but does go down. All comes down to Envious, who on the lighter gun on the off angle couldn't do much.
They almost made the lurk work with just how long Anthony was able to stall there in the back of the site. If they perhaps had a better gun or some just way of surviving even more, then that backstab could have come through. But instead, because they went down and the whole site was cleared, they knew, last one's flanking around behind. Let's just go ahead and deal with that and get on the defuse.
And the timeout does come through for Pragmatic, this time before their buy round, which is, there's differing opinions, I think, on when you call your your timeout. Is it when you're on a saves, you kind of have that rolling timeout time where you can talk through that round, or do you want to call it before your gun round so you can have a plan for that gun round and immediately be able to execute it? Either way, they opted second. And Birdo did not buy armor on the defense here.
interesting. Perhaps forgetting, perhaps just without the cash to do so.
No, definitely had the money.
Tour de Force.
He just forgot.
Just completely forgot. Has the Tour de Force. Magic has their own off and could actually miss it. A little bit of a close shot, but Parker escapes with their life and gonna go ahead and send him back to Owl Drone to try to find something. Anthony, that's something for sure. Pragmatic, an opening pick found by this Raze player, though Birdo immediately equals the odds.
Yeah, who needs armor, I guess, Bruno. Making it work despite
There.
the error. Reggie's gonna go down here. Yeah, that was a timing waiting to happen. They weren't watching well enough. Into tree. Envious is just gonna retrieve the spike. Oh, Envious missed the teleport. Well, that seems to throw a wrench into things. Especially with Krazen going down. The pressure was coming towards A. They're gonna pivot towards the B side though, and there's only Pixel here, who was about to run away, is locked behind the smoke,
30
so this
seconds
actually
left.
should be the site, and Parker's lurk could be pivotal in this round.
Yeah,
Successful
it's all about
or not.
this work now.
Very unsuccessful.
Spike planted.
That's tough. That's just... I said it was all about that lurk because now they're just both stuck in this site. Anthony, though, wants to push on back out of the site and is actually going to grab the one. A headshot down by Pixel, but it leaves Envious in a decently winnable spot as long as they're ready. Wants to try to perhaps fake a TP, but my friend, you do not have time for that. You are getting wrapped and you are getting finished off. Red Rose up to 8, a 1-round difference, and we can see as we peek at the scoreboard just how much impact Berto is having.
That operator this half, and in the first half, had a ton of impact. Has just been going off this whole half. That 4K in the pistol has transitioned into lots of opening picks with the operator. Chambers, MO, and Berto is fulfilling it to a T right now. And for Pragmatic, this is where things start to get scary. This is going to be a partial buy out of them. We'll see Krazen on the Vandal, who I think Justin might have invested the Tour de Force last round. But on the Vandal, otherwise just Spectres and Pistols. They're going to be working on a lighter buy here, and possibly this match could be tied in a minute and 40 seconds, though that first pick by Krazen, you got to wonder where Berto's reaction time was on that one.
Yeah. Doing everything for this squad, and now out of the round, so it's up to the rest of them to try to pull it back, try to equalize this round count here in round number 18. Boombot not going to find anyone. Reggie tuck all the way back into this site. Now it's the Owl Drone to try to find him out, and Reggie just trying to be stealthy, trying to avoid it, dodging all kinds of detection, and oh, that is a perfect time to suppress everything as Anthony just jumps up behind.
They find alerts.
Kill, though. In the meanwhile, everyone through doors is getting
remaining.
all of these kills. They've at least still gotten 2 back, and actually Pragmatic, they're the ones in the better position. They were the ones that were able to just shut them all down as Reggie gets one. Potato now creeping up close and just wrapping around. Gonna just start diffusing on this spike. A couple shots fired off by Parker, and Potato aim finds him. A solid 3K to now finally equalize things off. I think you might have been right. On this second blink, we get to 9-9.
What a nice play out of Potato Aim. Yeah, both players are low, but fully stuck to half, which I wasn't I don't think anybody in the world expects you to stick the spike there. And a nice, swings out, gets the shot, easy body shot to take the round. And Red Rose found the one danger man in that round, which was Krazen lurking up through Cat. Had the Vandal as well, I believe, for Pragmatic. Goes down, and the retake, it got messy, but it was in enough of a winning position, or winnable position, that they're going to convert it. And now, again, we're tied. Pragmatic is going into a bye, but they've now all been hit by the Nightfall in a main. Let's see if this slows the push down. It looks like it will. And Reggie's going to wisely bust down the door from the defensive side. Pragmatic not scared, though. They want to come back to this. They want to hit this again.
Yeah.
Still want to go B. Fighting Reggie, or Magic, rather. Now been pinged.
Off that. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
The Hunter's
Fully
Fury
just trapped
pushes
in
him out into
place.
the open.
See how much of sight this gives them.
Spike down.
Door is open, and Reggie finds one. Meanwhile, Pixel is swung out. That leaving this at a 3v3 might be where this stays when the spike goes down. And we can see this super slow developing lurk as well. Duel between the chambers right now happening off screen as Pixel finds Anthony. It's just Krazen left alive, who I think his position is fully noted. Yeah.
Definitely wallbang, but just doesn't know the distance, and so Berto gets out of there. Krazen, a couple
30
bullets
seconds
going
left.
wide, and it puts him into a spot where they have to consider, okay, I'm so far away, maybe I save, maybe I just try to sprint, grab this spike and grab these final 2 kills. They're going to try to just take it slow, though. Perhaps worried that someone is up close holding for them, but no, both the defenders have just
10
dropped
seconds
away, and
left.
now both the defenders just need to survive to finally, or excuse me, to grab Red Rose this round.
We saw 8 in a row from Pragmatic. We now see 8 in a row from Red Rose. Krazen went for the cat lurk last time and didn't get rewarded for it at all. Didn't get rewarded. In fact, got completely shut down, so tries to lurk all the way through B. But unfortunately, Berto is just too aware. Watching the backside, yeah, some shots go wide, but the presence of the lurker was noted, and meanwhile, everyone went down on sight. The flank finds no impact. The hit never quite materializes into a spike plant, and it's now Red Rose in the lead as they've put their own 8 rounds together in a row.
This straight to see if it will ever get shut off. Berto doesn't want to stop. Not gonna stop at all. Grabs that pick up with the operator and TP's on back to a new angle. Ascent just so tough. So many different sight lines to clear. So many that the off can hold. They were looking into B main. Now they just leave one player. Krazen's there to hold it, and they're rerouting into mid. 2 players coming up. Metamagic will be this point of contact here on Catwalk, just waiting. The Owl Drone gonna spot one as well over towards Market as they begin to creep up, and Krazen actually gets shut down. The lurker that they left over towards B is now gone, and they're realizing that the attack is in towards A because Metamagic has dealt with that one up. Cat drops back to tree, gonna peek out even more and find out that a second player is waiting there. That is Parker. In the meanwhile, the spike wrapping through A main. Fox
30
in such
seconds
a
left.
tough spot. In fact, they just really have no way to get this spike down.
Spike
Except
planted.
actually to burn all of that
One
util.
enemy remaining.
Dropping the flash, it lets them get the plant, but it puts Parker in an unwinnable situation. Potato aim ready for the wrap there at Glass, and Red Rose now on to 11. Will Pragmatic even get around in this half?
That's an important question because Pragmatic needs around in this half to take the map. And they very much like to. I do believe this, Ascent was one of their map picks. Obviously, the whole map pool was already decided once the bans went through, but Anti-Tilt, Team Pragmatic wanted to play this map first. And they might be dropping their own map pick. It'll put us going to Breeze, which is Red Rose's map pick.
Yeah.
Going for that 2-0 up, and it'll require Pragmatic to break one of Red Rose's maps at some point to stay in this series.
Do you think that they are tilting?
I would hope not, given the name of their franchise, but I mean, I would be. Since the puzzle of Ascent attack side is there are very few things more frustrating than just getting completely shut down on the attack side of Ascent. I mean, right now we can see the reaction is just to pour even more players into A main, and this is a mistake so many teams fall into. It's a pattern so many teams fall into. They're gonna have to just 5-man rush out here. They're walking into a Hunter's Fury. Anthony does clear a lot of space, but one is dropped of a Hunter's Fury, and again, they lose a player to get spiked down. It might be worth it if they can hold their retake, but they don't really have any other space on the map.
Yeah, they lost a player, lost an ultimate, and now they are just getting surrounded. Red Rose punching in on this one. Berto up from the heavens. He says,
One enemy
watch
remaining.
this. Holy shot. Grabbing that one, and the rest of the team chiming in. Gets Red Rose up to 12. Match point already.
What a nice
Flawless
haunt.
defending half.
What a nice hunt by Reggie as well. Reggie made just reveals the two playing around generator
Match
end towards
point.
door. Just completely removes any doubt for Red Rose in that retake. Pragmatic, again, the cost of getting spiked down not good enough there to lose one. They can't hold the 4v5 retake, and there's no presence from the other side of the map. Or for any other part of the map. Usually we've seen Krazen lurking up through Catwalk, but it's been shut down so many times. Red Rose has been so vigilant that Pragmatic's almost giving up on it. And it's tempting, right? Because Krazen keeps going down. But the solution isn't to send more players A main, it's actually to send a player to trade Krazen's death.
Yeah.
So that you can have that alternate angle, especially on the retake.
Here.
Yeah, they need to try to get some catwalk control, perhaps push up mid, make these defenders uncomfortable, because right now they can all just rotate in, and they're oh so comfortable on the retake. Reggie. Krazen's comfortable to take that pick and to grab them an advantage. It's all about whether Pragmatic can make something of it, and
Spike
instead they
planted.
can just throw it away. Parker going down, at least they've gotten up into sight, and Fox is waiting all the way here in the back tree. Holding on to this one. Recon Dart going to clear out anyone on sight, but Metamagic, I don't know if they're ready for this close angle. Creeping up, the shoulder spotted, and the head shot.
This link from Potato Aim has to come in fast. There's two players on Cat. Anthony's already found Birdo. Pixel Clubhouse will find one. Potato Aim can't save the life. That was much, much better from Pragmatic, as they are finally going to take a round on their offensive half. Push things to 10 to 12. Give themselves still a chance.
Yeah, all it took was the threat of match point. They were like, oh, I guess we actually have to win here. And they go ahead and lock that one in. I like that Red Rose is taking a timeout now. They're not going to let Pragmatic just sort of, even if Pragmatic gets hype off that one win, says, all right, let's bring it to overtime. Instead, Red Rose is just going to, right now, focus on how they can shut them down now. Don't just assume that the same things will keep working, because Pragmatic, they seem to have a little bit figured out the formula on how to actually get something done on this attack side, and it's whether Red Rose will have the adaptation in these next two rounds. It's whether Pragmatic will continue that, or whether we will end in regulation.
Just a big adjustment out of Pragmatic. Better player positioning overall that round. There was more players who went through mid, and they were able to leave some players towards tree, towards Catwalk. It made things very difficult for Red Rose to retake. We saw those players getting crunched. We saw Metamagic not being able to fully clear the angle of Fox. It just shows Ascent is a map where you have to, especially on the A site, leave players towards mid. You have to have late threats that can come through mid a lot of the time, because a straight retake hold is very difficult, especially with these compositions. Neither team really has, neither composition for the attack side has any way to stall out the defuse other than Hunter's Furies, which are few and far between, and not really, honestly, one of the worst.
Yeah, you have to
holding
guess where
tools.
it's, or you have to guess like what timing you want to use it on. You have to make sure no one's up close, because once you pop it, if somebody runs up close, you'll just get shot in the face. Birdo gonna peek out towards Cat, gonna get spotted and push back. This is the mid control that you mentioned was so key in that last round. Pragmatic getting both of it and having Anthony here to hold main, but getting tagged through the wall as Potato Aim backs up. And denying the main control is actually really big, because it puts Red Rose into a bit of an awkward spot. Parker gonna grab that one up into mid, and now the B split is on. There's still Pixel here, waiting to make contact and to make magic happen. 2 kills, the second an instant headshot, but only one and done within the site. This site can now go down, and these last two players are going to set up into a decent spot to try to deny this retake. Fox going to get it down, but oh, that ult is big. Fox, though, is actually able to dodge back, and Reggie has been suppressed.
Yeah, where
On
Parker
the
is.
catwalk, an instant headshot. Fox gets that one. Birdo gets the one back, but Fox is the closer. Beautiful 3K on that one. The instant headshots, the crisp, clean aim was key as we now reach round 24. This game is going the distance in regulation and possibly OT.
That was a huge, huge bait by Reggie Made's ultimate. He saw the trail that went towards Parker, who was on that little box position, and wasn't totally sure where Parker was playing, so tried to clear it. And because of that, Fox finds the kill onto a player not looking. And then the second player, it's just a trade. Parker played the role of living flashbang there to a perfection. And Fox played around it very, very well. And that gets Pragmatic, who once again played through mid and played to that map control. They played their trades very well as well to get themselves onto site, get themselves into another winnable position, which they've been struggling to do all half. Now though they're right now though there's fewer players in mid. They're smoked off. They're not taking the space. And there's 3 players coming through B main that look to be the main bulk of this push. However, the first pick onto Potato and onto the Odin, which could have been a huge piece to take him down, comes through Meta Magic, and Pixel found one. Birdo's also found one. It's now a 2v4. The map in the balance. Envious's lurk hits 1. Against the retake, Envious is just faced into a double op. It's all on to Fox. 1v3 position noted, spammed out by Reggie made. The 9-3 curse proves to be real. The defuse will come through, and it's going to be a 13-11 ascent as Red Rose will take
Defenders win.
Pragmatic's map pick.
Yeah, everything was looking good for that one, for them to have the possibility to bring it to overtime, but instead they just get picked apart one by one. All those kills just not going their way. And so Red Rose in a great position now with that one. Everybody, I mean, we've seen just how even these teams looked on that one, but I mean, the question is, will the maps really change it too much? I think that because both teams were sort of scrapping so much in that one, I'm excited because I think this means that each and every one of these games in this best of 5 are going to be very close.
And map 2 will be Breeze, which was Red Rose's first pick of this series, first map pick of the series. It's the map they wanted to play most of the 4 they had to choose from. So they expect themselves to be strong on that. I think we have to expect them to be strong on it. They could be looking to go up 2-0 in this series and putting themselves on series point in short order. Pragmatic going to be desperately looking to fight back against that. And with all that being said, we're going to go to a break before our map 2. It'll be a bit longer than I think our normal breaks, as we have a couple players in this lobby who have some issues with running Valorant for too long that wanted to get in PC restarts between maps. So we're going to let them do that so that we can avoid tech issues during the maps. We're also going to make sure we're on tournament mode for the next map. We will be back shortly. Please don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
toxic off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go You told me I'm your anchor. I told you you're my pole. Through the wind and fire, we try to hold on. We built this ship together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we're still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stopped and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words just come together, story that we never told. So far you're saying for my own. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, oh, I always be your captain. From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, oh, I always be your captain. I'll be your captain. I always be your captain. I always be your captain.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I greatly apologize for the delay. We're having more technical issues because, of course, we are. But we have, I believe, resolved most, if not all of them. We're back for map 2 of Breeze between Red Rose and Team Pragmatic. Red Rose took map 1 after that 9-3 comeback. The curse very much alive in this series. Fuffy, that was an exciting map 1. We went all the way to 24 rounds. What are you expecting out of map 2 of Breeze?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm expecting 24 rounds, but I would say I'm expecting this to be competitive, and I'm expecting the Chambers to really have a duel that's so important on another wide open map, so many long range angles for these ops to take.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by a Chamber duel myself. We should be getting into Agent Select shortly as we are... The lobby has been ready. Unfortunately, it was our end that was delaying things just a little bit, but we should be able to get into Agent Select shortly, get into map 2. And there we go. I summon it with my voice, even though nobody in that lobby can hear me. But yeah, we're getting into map 2 here. We're already seeing some hovers come through. Obviously, Viper is going to be must pick on both sides. We'll see where they go elsewhere. We already see Chamber Jet as well being hovered, and Sovas. So it's just going to be dueling KOs and Skies if these are the locks. Pretty much the standard Breeze comp coming in here. KO versus Skies, you know, maybe a preference question. I prefer the KO a little bit just because there's always a Chamber on this map, and shutting down the Tour de Force is my #1 priority because that shit is awful.
Yeah, that's terrifying to play against, especially when it's, okay, we broke their economy, they can't buy an op, oh no, Chamber has ult.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's like old days of Valorant when you heard the Phoenix ult go off and you were actually a little scared. Obviously, nobody's been scared of that thing for a hot minute. Though, you know, maybe he's coming back into his own. Yeah. But you hear the ult line ring out, you started cowering. And the old showstopper. God, that sent people running for the hills.
It's just... stuff was terrifying, you know? At this point, we've at least... the player base has gotten more used to some of these different things that can thrown at them, and while some are still very strong and very scary, there's recognizable counters, including, like you mentioned, the KO to counter that Tour de Force. Those kinds of things are just very, very important to be able to bring in as... we're going to jump into this one soon. It looks like... I'm not sure if everyone's seeing sort of slideshow mode right now as things seem to lag for a bit, but now we're back into this smooth fly
I hope
cam.
we're good. It'll be Red Rose starting on the defense here on the only map they will start on the defense for in the series. They even got side selection on our decider of split and chose attack first, which was a contentious decision when I asked for the confirmation on that. But yeah, they will be on the defense first. Breeze, of course, probably the most attacker-sided map. No map in this game really leans that heavily one way or another, but Breeze a little more attacker-favored, and we're going to see Pragmatic grouping up towards A main. They just want to go with this pretty typical A hit, and it's going to come through here, or not. They get slowed down by the guiding light, and it looks like they actually want to reposition and fall back.
Yeah, they don't want to challenge just straight through that Viper wall and into things. So instead, they're going to just... tuck on back, potato aim, firing off a couple warning shots. They're just taking the long way around.
Rotation all the way through spawn. They would only be 2 players on B right now, but we'll see if Red Rose reads into this and starts to rotate some players back this direction. And I believe that's meta magic on the Jet. I'm going to have to get used to what Asian everyone's playing in this game again. Unfortunately, we don't have a nice fancy overlay to... read names off of, so it's always a fight to get them down, but it is meta magic. Has full control of elbow, but there's gonna be a 5-man hit out of B main as it starts to come through.
Yeah, and Taste will just completely suppress these shock darts. Aren't gonna be able to get any kind of value here as everybody's just running in. Get that spike down though. All the defenders have just grouped up around this, and now Pixel's going to get these shock darts in. One, though, going to be missing. There's the second, and there's the headshot from Birdo to start things off. Meta Magic as well, getting one on that Sheriff. Make it 2. And Pragmatic are just falling, getting picked apart piece by piece as Fox will get 1 kill for him. But that is all. Red Rose starting off good with the pistol.
And another lesson to carry over from Ascent, or another just general playstyle thing that happens a lot on Breeze, is nobody went through mid there late for Pragmatic. They all went through B main, and that was all fine and dandy, but holding B site as it is on Ascent on its own is really hard. You don't have very much space to work with, and it's all of your positions are known like ahead of time. So not sending... MetaMagic had elbow on lockdown potentially, but they didn't even try to poke or prod at it, and nobody even approached that direction late. So Red Rose knew all the angles they were fighting, and they were able to make that clean 5v5 retake go in their favor. And they go up 1-0. We'll see if this time they can hold off after winning, hold up after winning the pistol, though.
Yeah, up against not a very strong buy, a bunch of classics walking up close. Reggie, first point of contact, and it's easy to just body shot these no armor players down. One on the Marshall, though Envious has gotten past. Just be able to grab this one, and no, they're not actually going to get it. Now they finally finish off. Pixel Clubhouse down, Potato Aim down. Two of these classics making it work. Actually, three picks on the board, though. Berto at least getting that one back puts MVS in a tough clutch position, and MVS is gonna miss that shot. So they get it after what was looking scary with how well those classics were doing. I'm sure Pragmatic won't be sad about that round, though we can only think about how much more they could have even gotten, as now the money in a spot for Red Rose that they're just considering a partial buy, while Pragmatic has got full rifles across the board.
Nice little round out of Pragmatic. Another scary round from the Red Rose anti-eco for their second round. We saw that in the first map of Ascent, where they won the first pistol and then proceeded to lose 8 rounds in a row, including the second round of the half. Avoid that fate here, and while a lot of their guns go down, they won't have much to bonus with here. At least they win the second round. At least they have something. If Envious is going to find 2 all on his own in a main, or B main rather. As there was an infinite push.
They were just sort of deciding to risk it there, go for a push given they had those weaker guns, and it is not working out for him. A third player drops as Pragmatic dropped the spike down here in the corner of A site.
Here.
With that plant coming through, it should just be the matter of cleaning up these last 2 Red Rose members.
Once they get forward, though, unfortunately can't find the taps. Envious. And Anthony will make it a nice, flawless round for Pragmatic. Only damage that comes through for Red Rose is onto the armor, which 1,000 credits a lot easier to pay than 3,900 if you go down for full rifle and armor. So Pragmatic's economy going to be rolling a bit here into this fourth round. Even if they drop this round, they should be fully able to buy.
On the other hand, though, we have a full buy from both teams, so. This is where they now get to get into the things. This is what we call, the real Valorant.
I appreciate any implication that the pistol round is not real Valorant, because it's just
a coin toss.
I really just don't like pistol rounds. I know there's strategy to them at the highest levels, but in every competitive game I've ever played in, it's just, who pops off for a 3K and what team loses?
Yeah.
Personal vendettas aside, it's a nice wide default out of Pragmatic. No control of mid, though, but they are going to get some pressure on the extremities, and lurking up halls is Fox.
Up
Position
close
not
here.
noted.
Not at all, and instead they're just going to choose to tuck in this corner and keep this piece of the map while the rest of them go over towards B. This could be the late mid lurk to really provide something, but instead they're going to actually peek out forward, continuing to push up as the rest of this hit gets ready to come in to B, where we see Potato waiting, Viper Wall going down, Owl drone in, and this is the hit. Ult actually being popped. That is the Viper's pit, though, as they try to get the plant. Envious gets shut down. Reggie with that kill, and Potato Aim is still on site to guard the spike. Drops their own snake bite as Anthony can't get anything done, and instead it's all left on to Krazen in the back of this site. The dash is prepped to be used, but there are 3 players for them to try to find who aren't even peeking, just saying, all right, I dare you, try to get that spike and plant it. And now, as the peek comes out, Berto will close it. Third on the board for Red Rose. Pragmatic still with some cash, but that's a good sign for him early, winning that first gun round.
big defensive start so far for Red Rose. And the attempt at the hit came through from Pragmatic. They had a lot of players split off, but Anthony losing the duel to, I believe it was Reggie, made towards Tunnel. It's really just a linchpin in the round, and Pragmatics actually might not be electing to buy here. That's an interesting decision. I would have thought they'd have full credits. I think it would have just been Parker on a lighter gun. Instead, they
Get out of my way.
elect not to, which is a decision I can't say I agree with, but they will go with the Blade Storm forwards.
Take flight.
Ooh. I like the poking at mid control, though. I don't like that peek there, Anthony, trying to get something, but instead getting shut down. Opt out of the round. Red Rose, an early advantage.
Continue.
Pixel's going to extend it, a double there towards mid. Both of those players looking for mid control going down. And the last two on Pragmatic, they at least are going to get that one back. That's Fox onto Reggie. Though in the meanwhile, Metamagic has pushed all the way up on his flank. Pixel has come up close, and actually, that leaves the A site open because Metamagic's flank, it now gives a possibility to get the spike down, though. Are they expecting this positioning?
Even more,
Flank
if
coming
they're
through,
expecting is,
doesn't
can
seem
they
they are.
deal with it?
One enemy
They
remaining.
can't.
Yeah, Metamagic catching Envious in the side and leaving Fox into this clutch. There's two players coming up from behind, but they have eyes on where Metamagic creeps here towards the end, coming up close, but just as they look away, Metamagic, the perfect timing to peek, opts down a third in the round, and Red Rose put a fourth up.
Just a lighter buy from Pragmatic, which again I said I didn't quite agree with, but I guess with the Blade Storms and available, they didn't feel like they needed to fully invest. They will fully invest here behind a Tour de Force as well, which is always a threat to say the least. Red Rose, though, play out a clean first 5 rounds so far. Probably exactly what you want, really, on your defense. Still a lot of rounds to play, so you know, this lead by no means insurmountable, as we saw in the first map where Red Rose themselves came back from 9-3. Pragmatic, though, definitely, you know, there's starting to be, it feels like there's a trend forming in the series. Momentum firmly in control of Red Rose. Gotta wonder if their mental is being thrown in any ways, if they are, you know, tilting at all. But they need to fight that. They need to find their foothold in this half, foothold in this map, and foothold in this series once again. Especially as they've dropped down in the early going of this second map. To do so, they were going for an A hit, got stonewalled entirely by the Viper's Pit. Grayson, though, solo lurked up into halls and has just popped the switch on the door, which is drawing a lot of attention. There's 2 players really watching for it. One watching the door, one watching the hall.
Only one player here in mid, that's Reggie. Just gonna walk straight past him. Metamagic lets the shot sting off, and now Reggie turns, but the spray, oh, that is tough. That is a rough spray for Reggie. At least Pixel is there to finish one off, and now Reggie can finally get one of their own.
B-site's completely open. It doesn't look like Pragmatic are fully aware of that fact, but they are pivoting that direction. They should be aware that there can only be one player here, because Sato Aim was in her Viper's Pit, and they saw Sova as well. So they're just going to rush on and get the spike down. This will be winnable. I don't know if this does not get Viper's Pit online, so they can't use their own.
No.
But a 2v3, very winnable.
Yeah, the flank from Krazen, or that positioning there from Krazen was very, very crucial. As when they were in that spot, they helped get one of those 2 picks back and helped confirm that sort of all the rotates were cut off. Hunter's Fury going to be popped, but not going to find any pick, not going to find any information at all. Instead, just going to reveal where Pixel Clubhouse is coming from. Everyone coming on up into it, and Metamagic an instant headshot with a knife while Pixel takes down Envious. The retake, as soon as that spike was put up, the site defense will fall.
It is over.
Red Rose, a 5th round.
It's got to be tough for Pragmatic. That's not a round you fully expect to win, but with the state of this series, the state of this map, I'm sure it feels like they need one as soon as they can get one. And unfortunately, they get an opportunity there. Not a great opportunity, but an opportunity nonetheless. Envious almost found a nice timing. Unfortunately, was just looking the wrong direction. and nothing materializes in terms of a round score. They will be able to buy once again. They've been getting lots of spike plants, so they've got that going for them at least.
Blinded.
I mean, if we know anything from that comeback from the previous match, it's that can't count them out yet. Even if things are looking rough in this first half of the first half, there's always a chance here, as that's a good opening. Envious running it up mid and getting the headshot onto Pixel, and now with mid, they're going to use it to try to split into B. Potato Aim up close, going to go ahead. Drop that snake bite to block off anyone coming through main, and move over towards mid instead, which is exactly where
She
the
live.
will come
How
through.
is she getting
and
kills?
instead,
Down B.
I don't know how they got that kill. I don't know how
Player
Potato Aim
standing.
is swinging around, but finally they will get taken out by Parker. And in the meanwhile, those mid players were able to get other picks, so it puts Metamagic into a nigh unwinnable position where the answer here is probably just save the op.
It looks like he wants to go for it. I thought Potato Aim was about to make the play of the century around Pillar there. She lived so long.
Yeah,
There's so many plays she finds one kill, and I was half convinced she was about to swing out and find two more. Unfortunately, not to be. Fortunately for Pragmatic, not to be. Metamagic will just save the operator, so they're finally going to convert on an opportunity, and they're going to get that first round on the board, or their second round on the board. But the first round in what feels like a while, the only other round they've won was the anti-bonus.
Oh, this timing? Okay. Just going to be dropping that smoke. Metamagic's going to dash on out of there, yeah. That survival was almost key, but instead all of her teammates falling around her. Potato Aim not able to get anything more. Metamagic at least able to save this op.
I had plenty of money. The op save wasn't...
Okay spot.
I actually would have favored Metamagic staying to take that fight with Krazen, perhaps. Just the money on the side of... And another quick timeout comes out from
Ooh.
Red Rose. We saw this in the last map when they gave up their very first defensive round. They called timeout, and they're doing it again here as they lose the first gun round that they've lost. But yeah, I almost do favor, because of the money that Red Rose have banked for so long, Metamagic had plenty to rebuy the op. I almost favor attempting to go for the economic damage there. Pragmatic's money isn't bad by any means, especially because of all those spike plans, but taking a couple guns off the table could mean forcing them onto a save if you win this round. And whereas if Metamagic goes down, I don't think that, even having to rebuy the operator, I don't think that completely shuts their economy down too quickly, especially with the Tour de Force online for Birdo. I mean, their economy is just swimming in it. So I think he could have taken that fight. Chooses not to. Fair play to save the operator, and maybe save that 10-1 scoreline. But just a small nitpick in what otherwise was a completely lost round for Red Roses. Pragmatic crunches the B site very effectively.
Yeah.
A pattern they should look to continue.
Yeah, and interestingly, after making that B site work, they're instead stacked up over here towards A, which is where Red Rose do not have a majority of their forces. Perhaps Red Rose looking to play a push through here on B and get a flank coming through, as Krazen's going to get that ult orb up. And two players creeping through halls as three await here at main. It is Metamagic with the saved operator to try to defend this, though Berto actually making the tour de force work as both of these snipers sing out for individual picks. Pragmatic, they win one round, and now immediately in a real rough spot as Metamagic gets another and it confirms the spike. Dropping it right there. They're going to have to pick that one up. Another shot just flying right by, and these last two players for Pragmatic, they're sweating.
They're just surrounded. It's going to be a difficult position to even attempt to fight out of, as the operators in the course technically not, but I mean, I'll chamber that as Potato finds Anthony. Both just take not free kills, but take duels and win them, and Envious almost started to make that interesting, but will go down, as it's a nice round from Red Rose. Sometimes the most difficult thing on Breeze is dealing with the operators, and Ascent as well, but Ascent has a little bit of closer quarters. On Breeze, there's several angles you can take with those sniper rifles, and we saw them completely punish Pragmatic. It's difficult to fully clear those angles. It's some of the benefit of Sky on this map. You have multiple flashes, you have the recharging flash, you can push ops off the angle before peeking and be able to do that on a relatively consistent basis through the round. They opted for the KO, which means the utility is more of a commitment. They also have Sova, of course, which in this instance is going to clear Metamagic, who finds a pick anyways.
I love the
Right?
fact that we now see Metamagic on the other side of the map and still finding impact, still finding an opening to try to stop this attack, though still Spike goes down, and it's inside of the Viper's pit. Metamagic outside of it doesn't want to commit going in, given the fact that they have the operator, instead just waiting for anyone to push through. Reggie will catch Anthony, and these last two players in a rough spot as now the pit will fall, and Fox in the back of the site, not going to get anything. Great retake. The spike goes down, but again, Pragmatic can't get anything else past that spike plant.
This operator from Metamagic was just oppressive in that round. He's up to 14-1. Only the single death, and it feels like pre-nerf Jet. They just cannot take him down. They can't find they clear the angle with the owl drone, but a player peeking a little too quickly. I believe that was Krazen, goes down. And then Metamagic finds another around all of the smokes and Viper's pits that were being popped on site. Gets a second and just completely throws a wrench into the works of Pragmatic, who wanted to play around their Viper's pit. Suddenly in a numbers disadvantage, made things a lot harder. Red Rose could just very easily and quickly surround it and tighten the noose.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, you know, perhaps they can get this KO flash, perhaps maybe just anything that they can get to deny these ops, because right now they're getting shut down, and right now Pixel actually grabs that one straight through a wall and a smoke. Doesn't really care about that. Reggie doesn't care that Anthony is lurking in mid, shuts them down as well. And again, the spike can go down, but again, this should just be another clinical retake for Red Rose. Player up on the flank, it was being watched by Parker, now turns away, the wall goes down, and this is where they strike. Pixel getting one, Meadow with another, and Potato Aim, she's got the one onto Fox, and 8 rounds.
Back-to-back flawless rounds. Their breeze is very strong. Red Rose wanted this map, and they are making... I mean, they are just dicing up the competition. That's consecutive flawless rounds. Yeah, with the defuse, I always feel needed to mention, and this timeout feels much needed, if a little late, as they have been struggling to find anything. Breeze, often a map that can favor the attackers. You've got a lot of space to work with if you can take mid control especially, but that's something Pragmatic's not been doing at all. They've tried to rely on ultimates and utility to just straight hit sites, but haven't had really any success with it. We saw that B hit that Metamagic completely shut down, and sometimes the player is just red hot and you can't do anything about it, but they go A there, and the single mid lurker gets taken down on an inferior weapon, and they can never trade out anybody on the site. Sure, Spike goes down, but he's in a 4v5 with less weapons. Krazen ends up getting caught, as Krazen also got caught for the first pick due to being tagged by the owl drone. It's just, there's not really a threat from Pragmatic right now. The only threat is hard pushing a site and taking everybody down. It's similar to what we saw in Ascent, and if they can't make that work, then the backup plan is non-exo-far.
Really, when site execs aren't working, you know, then you say let's split up, but when they split up, wherever they seem to go, there's an op waiting and just shutting them down. They're getting picked out one by one, so they need to both be able to get trades, but at the same time not be too tightly grouped as to lose all of their map control. Yeah,
it's a bit puggy, and that's what's hurting them. Maybe the lack of Sky as well against such a proficient opper as the 15-1 Metamagic. But they just don't have a way. They just can't. They aren't clearing every angle, especially when they split their focus, and it's getting them punished. It's getting them to walk into open angles with operators. So this first pick, as they are playing through mid here, they want to try to crunch elbow, and they want to crunch Metamagic. He's just untouchable. Oh, though he does get traded. Fox finds too. Unfortunately, they left the spike. They left the spike behind them, and this is actually going to be important because Potato Aim is staring at it. Unfortunately, she can't find the shots. So this should open up sight for Red Roses. For the first time in a long time, they have a numbers advantage and a chance to convert around here. And that's a spike plant location I've never seen before.
Yeah, interesting as this spike goes down, though Berto and Proto Aim both immediately get picks back. And so Anthony is left in a clutch into a really, really rough spot where Potato Aim, she's just going to lock it down. They go into a retake even with a disadvantage now, and they still get it clean as ever.
I think I figured out why you don't see that plant location very much. As soon as the spike gets stuck into the dirt, player just goes down. And it's a 2v2
Last
retake for
round
all of a
in the
millisecond, perhaps, as Berto also finds Fox, who tried to play an aggressive angle and ends up losing out on it. But with both players exposed there, it leaves the 1v2, and it just couldn't be converted. And that's a backbreaker, really, for Pragmatic, as that was a round they should have won, and one of the first that I can say that about, and they can't manage to convert it. Now things are looking dire. 9-3 half, and the hope of a curse is what they're relying on to this point. We'll see if they can get there and do it. They're gonna need, I mean, they're gonna need anything to find a win in this map and not go down 2-0 in this series.
Let's play.
Yeah, Tour de Force coming out. So they're just spread. One player creeping up halls. Potato Aim has popped the Viper's Pit. Sitting in it here in A main. Really, that sort of just denies any kind of take up A main unless they can get a nade or something in to take them out and get that pit. Instead, Berto is going to get the headshot onto Krazen, taking them out on that creep up. Emphius is here, but Berto's actually aware of that. Another clean headshot, the star of that last map, making it work here in this one on Breeze. The rest of these attackers, they just have to tuck back. And they're going to be rotating in to where Reggie's actually creeping up on the flank.
Reggie hears every single footstep. Brugger's kind of aware, but not aware enough. Reggie's just going to keep waiting. Is Reggie trying to feed meta magic kills a little bit? Now the shots ring out from behind. It's another flawless round. It's now 10-2 Red Rose. What a first half by them. What a huge performance out of Meta Magic, who's on 2 deaths now, but still has just been lethal on the operator. Pragmatic never find any real footing in any of the gun rounds. They took the anti-bonus and 1 gun round, which was a convincing round, but they could never build off of it.
The one last half or last game when we saw that 9-3 scoreline, I said that the pistol was crucial, but I think this one is even more crucial for them to just need to lock this one in.
Crucial not just for this map, but for, I really think this series. I don't think they have to take this map to keep themselves alive in this series, and I don't think they're going to take this map, to be fully frank. There's always a chance of a comeback, but this is such a huge bridge, or huge mountain to climb, but they need some momentum on their side. They need to feel like they've still got it, because they have been struggling.
That'll help.
I think they've won 4 of the last 20-something rounds. Like, they've just really struggled.
Yeah, though it's not completely eaten away at their confidence, because Anthony's gotten that one pushing up forward with the headhunter. Reggie, though, meanwhile, has made their share of Sig for 3. Now getting shot in the back. Fox finally going to take him down, and it leaves Potato Aim in a clutch, and they're taking the long way around.
No, they're not.
Deciding
I know this
to wrap and actually go for a lineup. This lineup could be big as it flies out forwards. It'll at least let the defuse get to half, but now they have to jump off the spike and just go for the duel. Which Fox will win? Jumps back into the snake bite, doesn't even care. Know that that is dissipating, and know they can at least put up 1 round in this next half.
Pragmatic's defense on Ascent was very good. They won 9 rounds. They'll have to do at least better than that on this map to continue things, but maybe it's just a defensive favored team. Maybe they just have strong defenses, and that's what they're going to need. They need to shut down Red Rose to the tune of at least 10-2 on this half. The first pistol gets them in a position to at least get 2 of those. Again, a huge mountain to climb. Unlike that 9-3, 10-2 just feels... If a 9-3 is 2 blinks, a 10-2 feels like 5. And they've got a lot of work to do to get back in it. Good first start. But Red Rose already looks like they have more of a plan on this attack side. They've got a double lurk up tube here that is going to have to be contended with.
That shot from Anthony looked so close, but instead they take a lot of damage for it and get finished off. In the meanwhile, Parker getting dropped on, but still actually able to get one. He used the recon bolt to realize Reggie's pushing forward. Now the Marshall bullet's missing, but Krazen is in to support. Only 3 more of these Red Rose players up alive. Maybe they take out Clubhouse in the meanwhile. Still, though, this anti-eco is working out for Pragmatic. It's only Berto left up with the classic and no spike control.
No spike control, just a classic, but there are some low health members. Krazen, because of Berto's own action, unfortunately, will just get shut down. No huge clutch, and Pragmatic lets out a sigh of relief. Anti-tilt fans maybe starting to see a spark of hope. This round would be, I think, where you really start to see a spark of hope. But a nice little second round. They're 10-4 on the board. They handled that push through halls very well. The fight on bridge, Parker barely managing to stay alive for most of that entire fight, but just does manage to live, gets the assist from Krazen to take one of the players out. You know, well handled. We saw an early mix-up out of Red Rose, maybe earlier than Red Rose should have gone for a mix-up, but it got countered, it got repelled. It's now in Pragmatic's the back of their head. It's noted. MetaMagic's about to see the back of the head. So that's a nice little lurk push. And that recovers a rifle and leaves Red Rose on the man disadvantage. Well, as soon as I say that.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, as soon as we say that, the advantage gets even back up. Though, I'd say the advantage in info is here for this defending side, given that they've cleared out all of B main, are beginning to flank, and they still have a couple players to give oversight into this A site. The bomb can still go down. And the rest of these attackers have spread out. They've spread into good positions so that the three of them try to get something going. Envious coming up. In the meanwhile, they've spotted at least one player out towards main, though they don't realize how close Berto is. One, but not able to get a second on that Vandal. Instead,
Fox on the
Krazen
flank.
who finishes him. Fox who gets potato aim, and just no way for them to really escape from the onslaught that was coming there. Just sort of stuck close to B main, swinging out, taking it down.
They're going to defuse, right?
that retake works, and they are going to defuse. They remember to do that. Very, very important.
They
for
were
them to
trading around
remember.
rifles, and the player defusing was the last one who didn't have a rifle, so went up and got the rifle.
But they got half. They got half on the spike,
Yeah.
and now they can just finish that one off. And now Red Rose going to take a timeout here, try to figure out what's going on.
I mentioned briefly in the first map that difference in timeout philosophies. We can definitely see that Red Rose is one of those teams that calls timeouts early. They drop one gun round here in the second half, and immediately Reggie Made and the team need to talk. I think Potato Aim is captain of this team. I don't know if she is the IGL. No, it is Reggie Made the IGL, so that makes sense for him to be calling the timeouts. He's probably talking over the plan for the defense or the offense, what they need to, what kind of lurks they should try to accomplish, how they should play, how they can get themselves some guaranteed rounds. Because with the Viper's Pit and with the Seekers on an attacking side, you can get yourself a pretty easy round. It's no guarantee, of course, but if you just want to hard hit a site, it's pretty realistic that you're going to get one, maybe two picks on site, maybe go 2 for 1, and get spiked down with the Viper's Pit up, which is a very winnable round. So if Red Rose really need rounds, which they only need 3 here, you can rely on strategies that revolve around ultimates a lot more. You can simplify things heavily, let some rounds just be bygones if you really have to, and play for those big It's not the best way to play, of course, because you have to win those rounds, but it is an option when you don't need a ton of rounds to just try to bank your ultimates and throw them all at once and hope it sticks to the wall.
I mean, nothing wrong with just throwing everything and the kitchen sink at them.
Got your trail.
This round they don't exactly have everything, as KO ult is going to be popped. They can go ahead and push in, and inside of that
Spike down,
smoke,
B.
Fox grabs 2 headshots as they're just swinging around. Pixel has one back, though.
Spike planted.
Pragmatic in a really, really good spot. Berto spotting the one rotate
Standing
through,
ahead.
can cut that off, though.
Last
Even as they
player
try to cut
standing.
that one off, Pixel is going to get cut off at the pass there on the spike. Krazen is ready for it, and the defuse comes through. Even off of the timeout, they don't get anything going. Instead, it's Pragmatic continuing this great defensive side, and just beautiful there. I don't know how we start off with Fox inside of a smoke. Just 2 headshots, bam, bam.
I don't actually remember whose smoke that was, but it played as sort of a concept I've heard called a survival smoke. A lot of times controllers do this for themselves, but they'll drop a smoke on site that they can hide into, play around. You see it like between generator and dice on a Cent A site. You saw kind of an example of that there, and I think actually that might have been the offensive smoke. I can't say for certain, but he just
I believe it was
plays
the one
in
that
it.
Magic threw to try to dash into it.
Yeah, and he chooses to play inside of it, does Fox, and much harder to trade as he knows a player is going to be walking in there, finds one, manages to find a two, just holding left click, reminiscent a bit of map 1. And that's a nice little round to get on the board. It also burned the Seekers for null command, which perhaps a fair trade, but Red Rose clearly not that interested in splitting their utility or their ultimates up as they're going to find the first pick, but we'll give one back as Metamagic's operator is not as magic as it was the first half.
Keep an eye on the fact that Red Rose has one player lurking up through halls to come on this flank and 3 on site to get the spike down with that Viper's Pit as well. Hunter's Fury Pop going to do some good damage, but Pixel not going to be able to find a kill with it. 4-on-4 retake, because Spike is down, it does favor this attacking side, and especially because now the lurk comes in. Berto with one in the back, so Brazen in the meanwhile slipping into this one has gotten one as well, and it leaves Potato Aim to have to clutch inside of the Viper's Pit. Swinging it around, they get another one, now they're escaping. They're just going for this wrap around the pillar, and Anthony does not seem aware of it. Spamming on through, but the player up behind and Potato Aim wins the clutch. That is just beautiful from her, sealing an 11th round and breaking this streak that Pragmatic had started to get going.
The captain comes through for Red Rose, converts a nice round. Like I said, those Viper's Pits can help you win rounds. Not quite the full ultimate dump that I was mentioning, but
Here.
she plays around it perfectly and ends up converting a 1v3 there with the judge. And as soon as the second player, as soon as Envious goes down inside the Viper's Pit and doesn't, and Berto is just off in main trying to figure out where Potato Aim gone to, that round was all but guaranteed. It's so hard to find the Viper in a 1v1. She plays it well. The shotgun comes through. Just a nice clutch and a nice round to get on site and have the Viper's Pit there. Pragmatic had, and Berto's flank as well came through a little bit there, as Red Rose though will lose, as Berto will just go down here as Red Rose loses the first pick. The trades went out, and it
Magic.
I'm not sure if they
Perhaps
know about
doesn't
this
just
player in
need the
window. They
Oh,
do now.
Oh, that second headshot
One
was
enemy
key.
remaining.
Fox getting that one, trades back and forth, only Metamagic. They have at least gotten an
No charge
operator, and
slots.
we know how dangerous they are with that, though now they're the one who has to take the fight forward, jumping past. I don't know how. They just slipped by on that one, and still
you
with
think
the
he has the
knives out,
spike?
still wanting to try to win this round.
He's got to come forward at them. He doesn't have the spike. The spike is down, and they are watching it. Two of these players, though, very low. One knife each, and it would just be 2 to take down Anthony, who's holding this really close angle. Shot goes wide. Metamagic now swings out, does find the kill with the knives. Both
They
these
expect
players
one
are
below.
one each. Oh, he expects one below, but
Oh.
not at the right angle. Another exhale from Pragmatic as they manage to avoid a consecutive 1v3s.
Yeah, not letting that clutch come through, and instead grabbing one right back. They get an answer, and they put the economy of Red Rose into a rough spot. We're going to see the Sheriff, we're going to see the Marshal coming on through, but not a lot more past that. And so Pragmatic, they might just get right back to their winning ways.
Are we going to see a 10-2 come back? Is that going to happen?
It's
It's still so much. It's still a 4-round deficit. Yeah, you even if you want to call this a round win, it's still a 3-round deficit. Red Rose is going to have 2 buys mixed in there that they could very easily win. I mean, we already saw that clutch out of Potato Aim, so it's getting to the realm of possibility, for sure. Getting to the realm of Red Rose getting a little nervous, as they've got this 4 stack through halls while Regimade is making contact with a player pushing out from B. Oh, how's that not a headshot?
Yeah, that contact, but not a headshot. Looking very close. He's now just gonna have to back away, and now these classics just begin to overwhelm Parker, the first one to drop. We said we could almost consider this one a round win for Pragmatic, but we can't do so yet. These rifles still have to shut down the pistols, and now They're finally doing it. Crazen here in mid locks one down. Envious is still on site to stop them from doing anything with this spike. Swings out though. Berto instantly headshots. That denial could get them something if Berto wants to look
30
for another
seconds
one.
left.
It's actually Potato.
Ooh, I shouldn't
who's
have
gonna
opened my
grab that.
mouth.
Spike will go down here in a 2-on-2.
Spike planted.
Crazen. Just looking around, doesn't want to overpeak. Fox has come up through main, and these two players just back to back here in the back of sight. The flash will
Last
come
player
through.
standing.
Excuse me, that nade will come through, but Potato Aim will get the headshot, and Fox
One enemy
here on the
remaining.
spike, swinging around, gets one, and they're aware, they're cognizant. Going for half as Potato Aim pushes up. Now they get off of it, and Potato Aim, now that is some clean aim for the final headshot, wins another clutch.
Match
The
point.
Red Rose, they had no business doing that.
Sometimes you open your big stupid mouth here while casting, and sometimes you immediately start to regret it, as they brought back a 2v4, I think, with inferior weapons. Pragmatic really just lacking the discipline there to close the round out. Potato Aim holds her nerve in the 1v1. It's kind of what she's on this team for, it looks like, as she's already on, if you count that one, 3 clutches in this series. And now Pragmatic backs fully against the wall. Now they have to do 5 in a row, and now it looks a lot more difficult for them as Red Rose immediately wants to do a crunch onto A.
Yeah, Reggie shot in the back, but Meta has one of their own. Fox getting another. So Red Rose, they've got the site, they've got the spike planned, but they don't have a lot more map control past this. This is one of the retakes that we have seen normally just go the way of the defensive side, but not if Potato Aim has anything to say about that. Solid shot there for the first. Popped right back up is Fox, and now as they're coming in, Potato Aim needs another headshot, gets it,
Last player standing.
and now goes down Ferdo at long range as well, and yeah, that'll seal it. Pragmatic instantly won back, though. If they continue to trade rounds back and forth like this, Red Rose would have the W, so this is where they've got to shore things up, hold their resolve, and be ready to have a flawless streak to bring us to overtime, or to see Red Rose win a second map and get ever closer to winning this best of 5.
Potato Aim, I thought was about to pop off again.
Was
That first
that
headshot
first
was
shot.
so clean. Unfortunately, onto the KO with null command up, and was able to be resurrected, or rezzed back up in a safe location by Pragmatic, and that ends up playing a huge part in them being able to convert the round. It'll be the lighter buy for Red Rose, but I noticed something threatening on the top of that scoreboard. Potato Aim's character icon is highlighted in yellow. That means the Viper's Pit is back online, and if this thing goes down, Pragmatic might start to be seeing some nightmares of visions past. She
Yeah.
has the judge once again.
Yeah, we got to see that judge clutch inside the Viper's Pit before, and they want to replicate it again. Gonna go into B, gonna get the wall down, and just start to push on in. Here they come up, and this pit should go down any moment now as they're getting ready. There it is. Welcome to her world. Though, it's looking like it's actually Pragmatic's world here, as they just instantly get a bunch of picks. Potato Aim still alive means there's always still a chance in this one. Though they're just going to tap the spike, worried that someone's going to push in and deny them.
The more they tap, the longer they wait, the closer these last 3 players get. They're locked
Meta has
inside
to
the
have
pit.
this.
Oh, Meta doesn't have this. Okay, does have
Player
it. This
standing.
round now very winnable. Oh, that might just seal things. Potato Aim goes down. Anthony
Yeah.
will flick onto Meta Magic as well. Perhaps had they been able to get Spike down, that round could have gone very differently, but Pragmatic with all the time in the world to wait out the Viper's Pit, and they can't replicate the success from those several rounds ago.
On my way.
Yep.
Red
Some good
Rose still
attempts,
need to
but-
find one,
Yeah.
and they're paying a bit for the investment of last
Yeah,
round.
they don't have a
Potato
perfect
Aim,
buy-in.
yeah, Potato Aim went for the judge, and now she's stuck on an Ares. Can't afford anything
here.
better, except maybe the Spectre, because the Ares kind of sucks. And Reggie made also on lighter armor, and there are 2 ghost players on Pragmatic's side on Breeze, which is not a decision you see a ton, but not necessarily the wrong decision, but could punish that light armor Reggie made.
Crazen gonna just fire off the Owl Drone and drop back, while Anthony gets the first
Ooh.
one, and Crazen has a second. Pragmatic
this position from
Anti-tilt,
Envious.
and right now,
Oh, Birdo's so aware. Birdo's always aware of the
Oh.
flanks. He's been watching them since the first map. If you remember on Ascent, he was always watching back towards spawn when they were retaking on A and always had the read.
yeah, just you are not allowed to try to flank. You're not allowed to try to get some kind of cheeky angle on him. Instead, you're just gonna get headshot. Recon Bolt will discover that that op is holding the line, but no one dares to peek into it. Instead, they're rerouting up here towards B, and a player, Fox, waits here in elbow, looking to make contact. If they find this opening
aware
cleanly,
again.
they will have the B site, but Birdo just not looking at it, and so headshot in the side. A little bit of an
30
overpeak,
seconds
though,
left.
means that they can at least get onto this B site, but 3v2, the retake will definitely be on. Potato Aim instantly planting in that spike, shoving it down onto the ground, and jumping into a new position. Both of these players in the back of the site, back to back here, essentially. And they've just got to hit some really good shots. Parker coming up. The Recon Bolt gonna fly
Oh, and
over, but
there's one.
that was key. The Recon Bolt finds him, and so they get spammed straight through the wall. Now it's a 2-on-2. Now it's much more even,
Last
and
player
now
standing. One
it's a
enemy remaining.
1-on-1. Oh, instant
Oh, and he's going to
two
play for
players
the
drop.
ultimate.
Yeah, Krazen and Pixel each getting their picks, and as the fuse begins
Oh,
to come
no!
through, we're gonna get the
Attackers
Hunter's
win.
Fury, and Pixel
Krazen.
closing it out with that. Only one round needed, and they finish it in that 2-on-3. Great job holding the site down, and just solid overall. They don't let the comeback come through. Another map that overtime seemed possible, but just not let to happen.
It's the mistakes from Pragmatic there that bite them. Nobody shoots the recon dart at any point. It tags Anthony, I believe, through the through the toxic screen, gives Potato Aim a kill, and Krazen had dash primed, had the tailwind ready to go, taps the spike, seemed ready for the Hunter's Fury, but then just doesn't move, just tanks it.
Yeah, perhaps they thought they had a little bit more health, but even then, that's just such a tough spot, perhaps such a high pressure spot that some of these mistakes can come through. Either way, pressure mounting as we just continue to go deeper and deeper into this best of 5.
Red Rose go up 2-0. They're going to look to close it out in 3 here. We are going to go to break. We'll be back with map 3. I have to check what map it is because I have forgotten. I'm going to check real quick so I can tell you guys what map to
it is
expect on the other side of the
Icebox.
break. All right, Icebox. Map 3 of Icebox, technically anti-tilt Pragmatic's pick. So a pick they desperately need to win to keep this series alive. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a break and we'll be back for map 3. And welcome back. We've just seen the first two maps of this series, Ascent and Breeze, both go the way of Red Rose, who are 2-0 up in this best of 5 series, going into map 3, which I believe is Icebox. I kind of already forgot. A lot of maps to play tonight. But they're going into this third map looking to close out this series. Almost saw back-to-back big comebacks, but Team Pragmatic couldn't come through with it. Fuffy, we're going into map 3 here. What do you think Pragmatic's mental is looking like, and do you think they have it in them to bring this series back and keep it alive?
This is because they're so close on these comebacks, it both gives me hope for them, given the fact that they got it so close, and that means that, they know that they're not out of this one yet, but at the same time, they've spent so much energy on these comebacks, on these long games. I think they might just be exhausted after this one. So it'll really come down to whether they can re-find that excitement and that hype within this in order to keep things rolling. And if not, I actually think we might see them fall apart.
Yeah, best of 5 is really a mental test in a lot of ways. You have to keep yourself ready. You have to keep yourself, in the headspace to take the first 2 map losses and stay alive. We've even seen this at the highest level of Valorant play in some of the VCT events. A lot of the best of 5s have been really, really one-sided. We see a lot of 3-0s, especially in the international events, and it's just that weight of losing the first 2 can be really hard to fight back from, and sometimes maybe the other team's just really feeling it. But Pragmatic, as we've said, has been keeping things close. They were well ahead on Ascent. They were 9-3 up, almost managed to prevent the comeback in reverse course. I think lost that map 13-11 or 13-10. And here on Breeze, they were just a couple of misplayed clutches away from that being something like a 10-10, 10-11 scoreline and a chance to complete that comeback and force overtime. They've been in these maps. They're not out of it. They just have to find enough to win one.
Yeah, and we'll see if they've got what it takes in this game of Icebox, which will be a map that I would say maybe the ops will be less prevalent on, but I think any map they will be. And I mean that operator battle has just been so important. Chamber has so many little cubbies to TP into, go to, and then also the long range of some of these sites is now we're
neither side wanting a chamber right now. Neither side. Yeah,
maybe they're thinking about not doing it, which
that
is
would be very surprising to me. Maybe we'll have triple
instead they're going to go with 3 Yorus. That makes a lot more sense.
I mean, okay, think about it. What agent is the most terrifying in 5? I think it's Yoru, because how are you supposed to know if that's a clone or not?
True. They could all just run forward and not look at it, look straight forward and just run, and no one would know.
Just 10 Yorus charging down. If you shoot one, you're going to be blind and dead. Nightmare stuff there. We are seeing some locks. We do have most of the composition out of Team Pragmatic already, and I imagine Crazen will lock in that Jet as well. Stepping away from the chamber on this map.
Yeah. Berto, on the other hand, going to go ahead and
going back
looking to lock in that chamber. Makes sense. I believe they were the one that basically in their bio said, yeah, chamber one trick, but I'm still really, really good. And there's nothing wrong with admitting that you're really good at one agent, especially if, you have the impact that Berto's been having.
I have just noticed that Red Rose, and I'm not sure how I missed this for this long, they have double controller.
Ooh.
They also don't have a duelist, which not that atypical for Icebox, but double controller, double sentinel. Pixel will play Sova as the lone initiator. Neither of these teams opting for a fade pick, so we'll see the more traditional Sova come out. Obviously, Viper Sage on both sides, pretty necessary pieces that we see from most comps. Some people elect away from the Sage, which I feel like every map I've casted on Icebox recently has been a team not going for Sage and just constantly never being able to plant B site.
Yeah, the Sage is so important just because it's so open, and the Viper wall is useful, but it's not enough to be able to get that spike down. You're just going to get spammed out straight through it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the toxic screen, or maybe fortunately, because this would be a very different game if it did this, it doesn't block bullets.
Nope.
It doesn't even impede them slightly. We have an ultimate in the game that does that, and that ultimate is the hardest one to use. Mostly because it also cuts off sound.
Yeah.
And it has infinite height.
It's a little bit of a weird one to come through whenever they try to use it, but everybody's sticking to more traditional agents here on this one, as the knife will reveal that Berto is up here close to B. So player actually walking all the way through tube, and Reggie's gonna get a little bit of control on this one.
And it is,
Fox
yep,
seems
as
to
we
be
just...
aware, peeking up close, and the duel going their way. Fox gonna shut them down and grab a first pick for Pragmatic.
Can they find a
Lurking
first
Omen
pistol?
gone.
Lost the pistol on the first two maps. So can the first pistol? They won second pistol on Breeze, but can they get a pistol round here? Finally win the first pistol of the map. That first pick will do some favors for them, as they do start on the defense, as they will for every other map in this series. The last two of which I believe are Bind and Split, should they be played.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna get Pixel planting the spike. Unfortunately, that snakebite just barely isn't biting the toes.
Yeah.
So 5v4 on the retake, as Pragmatic will rotate in and get ready. They don't have a ton of utility online, but this... Oh, that actually really hurts as it falls
That's
short.
perfect.
But here comes the retake.
It's so tough. They lost that opening pick, and now Red
they
Rose
still have
just
the
don't really
wall.
have the manpower to try to even stop this as the spike diffuse coming through. The wall is up,
One
and
enemy
there it
remaining.
is. Anthony diffuses that spike, even gets the last kill just for good measure, and Pragmatic put up that first pistol.
Nice first round from them, getting some momentum back on their side that they've been missing for this whole series. Almost wrestled it back on Breeze. If they could have completed that comeback, we'd be looking at a 1-1 series and just a very different outlook for Pragmatic. But now backs against the wall 3 straight games. They're answering so far by taking the first pistol as they look to get an early lead that they haven't had since Ascent.
Scanning ahead.
Well, you know how that early lead went for them.
We know pistols are scary, and they're opting for this close range angle.
I do
Walking
not
up
like
into the
this.
kitchen. This
I
is
will
just,
say,
this is going to
I
be an
do not
awkward
like
fight
this.
wherever it comes through.
I do not like a push into kitchen when you are on the superior weapons. It's gonna work out for them, or Birdo's gonna miss 3 straight shots.
Ooh.
He's been so good all series. He does miss there, and
Magic can clean it, though.
I actually got my teams mixed up. I don't mind that play out of Red Rose. I thought for some
Yeah.
reason the attacking side won
Spike
this
planted.
round.
Because they're on those pistols, it does make sense for them to just group up and go for the close fights. And, well, that fight's going to be won out by Anthony. Equalizes things back up. Berto coming around, though, might catch Anthony in the back, but not before Reggie gets taken down. Yes, Berto has one, but how much more can they do with this
standing.
classic? Not a second. Taken out, and it's only Pixel. Coming up around, and from the top rope, they are knocked down. Pragmatic. They beat out the classics. Yes, they lost 3, but they should still be able to buy up decently or even decide to partial. And they've got
One of
a good early lead now.
A rising theme in this series is that the pistol round, or the anti-egos after winning pistol, have all been very much not clean.
No, like they got it in the end, but it was just a little bit rough as we see the replay coming through.
Oh, come
poor
on.
Berto
Don't
getting roasted in
do
the
him.
replay.
Don't do him like that. Berto's
He
been
has the
having
most
a
kills for the team,
fantastic
too.
series, and he whiffs 3 shots, and we got to put him on replay. Our first replay of the series. Josh, come on. Our replay director, Josh, coming through with just absolute BM. Absolutely no reason to put him on blast like that. Yeah, it's just
Alright.
unconscionable. How do you say that word? I'm gonna stop trying.
You mentioned how these anti-ecos were all really rough, but what about the anti-force buy, or the anti-partial, excuse me, that Red Rose are going to be trying to execute here? Is a Spectre up close, A couple other lighter weapons on the side of Red Rose. And they're just waiting. They're playing the patience game, and Pragmatic don't want to bite on it. They're not pushing up too hard. Now, though,
yeah,
they
find
begin
the
to go.
first. Will they get onto site fast enough, though? The Sage is actually on the other side of the map, so there's no wall here. This could...
Spike is
Thankfully,
still down.
Pragmatic's rotating in slowly, so there's nothing to actually stop the plant. And Reggie made... Oh, how does
Oh,
Parker
no,
not clear that? How
Reggie!
does Parker win that?
Just zooms straight past him, dodging bullets, and gets that headshot. Now the Viper's pit comes out. They can defend this Spike, and Red Rose is still in a pretty decent
One
spot,
enemy
despite how
remaining.
awkward some of these fights have been. Pixel grabbing 2. Parker just stuck inside of the pit, and Pixel says, "This is my pit." Grabs that 3rd kill and puts Red Rose on the board here.
Nice little cleanup out of Pixel. I'm not sure you need to invest the Viper's Pit this early, but if you've got it, use it, secure around. Works well for them. There were a couple of rifles that were online for Pragmatic. Krazen, I think, opted to buy one, knowing he would have the ult to fall back on in this round, and I believe one was recovered. So pop the Viper's Pit, no threat. Nice little take down B long worked well for Red Rose, and they actually kept that anti-bonus pretty clean, and Birdo's gonna find Envious in the toes, who's just not looking, and so first pick going the way of Red Rose, who want to start heading back towards the A site. There's no KO on this composition, so KO or Krazen's Blade Storm full at effect, can't be shut down. Reggie wants to explore forward, kind of pushing alone. Luckily, nobody close to punish. There's still a split here. There's still 2 players in mid, and there's still a player on B long. There's no hit coming through just quite yet. Red Rose playing very patiently.
Yeah, that flash will draw even more attention, even more rotates. We see the Pragmatic players all just starting to bunch away from this B site. In the meanwhile, though, the Spike has turned, and now they're realizing it, beginning to at least rotate 1 player over, but still no one to lock it down, as that wall will go down. Smoke in middle will cover for the split.
30
They're
seconds
gonna let that
left.
Spike and put Pragmatic into a real awkward spot. Hunter's
Spike
Fury
planted.
actually coming out, but instead going down. Or excuse me, that's Parker that goes down on the other side of the map. Anthony at least has one back, and it puts Pragmatic into a winnable situation, but not a great situation. 3 players left alive. Anthony, the first one to creep in and up close. The potato aim has taken down Krazen.
Last player standing.
Oh, the timing
Back,
there is
Anthony
so
has
unfortunate.
another, but now they're forced to clutch. Yeah, this is just unfortunate scenes here. Pragmatic not able to get a pick that wasn't quickly traded or quickly answered back by another shot from Red Rose.
I'm starting to notice from the side of Red Rose is when they go to plant on the B site, Metamagic is often playing on a lurk position with this Sage, and I don't think Pragmatic has quite caught on to that. They're not leaving. They're rotating players away. Okay, Josh. Somebody stop this man. Somebody stop him. That is just cruel. But as I was saying, the wall's not there to go up on the B site, but Pragmatic keep abandoning it. They can't prevent the plants. And it's giving Red Rose opportunities I'm not totally sure they should be getting that easily.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
the
a
threat. It's the
group up
threat
in
of
mid.
the possible A hit that pulls all the rotates away. Though right now, instead of rotate around, they're pushing up through middle. And Envious has gotten 1. They're even going for more on this long-range duel.
I have the spike.
Viper Orb means that they can even retrieve a gun, and Envious will get it and might even look to
Spike
flank
down
even
A.
further. Well, in the meanwhile, Fox, that is 2 beautiful headshots finally traded, but they have done more than enough with that frenzy, putting Red Rose in a spot that no one
enemy
ever
remaining.
wants to be in, just having to push up forward and getting shut down. A great headshot. Birdo gone on that first bullet. Yes, there's a spike here on Metamagic. Yes, they have a wall. Yes, they possibly even have this
Spike
plant,
planted.
but are they ready for just how close Parker
Ooh.
is? No.
Get us a
Great
replay of something like
headshot. The
that, Josh.
pistol's
Come
doing
on.
so much.
Get us a replay of an actually clean shot. Stop putting people on blast on the replay. As the Thrifty comes through from Pragmatic, that little push down mid, I've seen pulled off or attempted several times on Icebox, on Ecos, and most of the time teams get a little over eager. This time, Pragmatic actually plays really slow, really carefully, manages to isolate like what is effectively a 3v2 duel. There we go. Thank you. Finally a good replay. But they isolate a 3v2 duel, and they just get some numbers advantages off of Fox's lurk play as well. And then roll that into a round win. Get themselves some momentum back in their favor as they take that Thrifty. There'll still be money on the side of Red Rose and a buy here. But a nice momentum seize that hopefully Pragmatic can capitalize and continue to roll with. And that's going to help.
That'll definitely help.
Toxins going up.
Anthony getting that shot straight to the head. Red Rose now without smokes in this one. They still have the Viper wall, the Toxin screen
Toxin screen down.
there to help them get into the B site, though it's not going to be easy. Two players have rotated up for Pragmatic, and, well, 2 players have gone down. There it is. Red Rose have cracked the site open. And now that they have this spike planted, it's only Anthony up close. Coming around the
This
side, and no
resurrection
one's going to give
should
him
come
that
through.
fight. Anthony, though? Okay, that wall is perfect. It allows them to actually get the res in, and now we're into an equal situation. 4 players back towards this defender, or this attacker's side. As they're just running
back
in,
up.
running and gunning.
One
Pixel up
enemy
close,
remaining.
gonna get taken down. The defuse happening, though so much damage means they have to get onto it. Only half as Potato Aim wants to clutch. It's a player who's gone past, but a player up close and the knife pull at just the wrong time. Parker finishes Anthony on that defuse, and Pragmatic have 4.
I have to guess that knife pull was some kind of misclick. That feels unintentional. It's really unfortunate. I don't think Potato Aim had any business winning that round, but still a heartbreaking way to die in it for sure. And the wall of meta magic works against Red Rose a little bit. It lets Anthony go for the res, which comes through, gets them back to even numbers. They play out the retake quite well. They have their own wall. Once again, Anthony's been saving this wall too late in the round, including for retakes, and it's been effective twice now. As Pragmatic will take their 4th and have their first lead, have their first substantial lead of a little while. As this isn't just a pistol round lead, as Reggie's not going to clear the corner. Oh, that was almost the lineup of dreams. Envious with the shotgun will also find 2. This push is just being completely stonewalled.
Last player
Meta
standing.
Magic's going to go down as well. Always not a fun time to see the full tunnel of the Sova. Ultimate coming towards. It's on to Krazen to take out Potato Aim. He will do so. And it's a 2 go down, but it's a pretty clean hold from Pragmatic. As the bait and switch does wonders. And again, we see an early timeout from Red Rose as they're going to start to try to get things back in their favor.
Fascinating just how well these Vipers with shotguns can do here in this one. Red Rose pulling their timeout, gonna go ahead and just use this one to take a breather, see if they can figure out what's going wrong on this one. They've been able to get plants in some of these. They've been able to do well, but just like these last 2 maps, it's just so defender-sided.
Yeah, we've definitely seen just overall both of these teams love their defenses. Their offenses maybe could use another rep or 2, but I mean, season's out, so your offense is as it is, and these defensive halves have been far and away the better halves for both teams. As we see Reggie get caught looking up, Fox almost got the lineup of a century there. Crosshair a little higher, and that could have been 4 heads with 1 bullet. Probably wouldn't have killed most of them, but I mean, that could have been the lineup of dreams. Came very, very close. Either way, Pragmatic do win out the round. And they're winning out this half. They're winning their way back into a potential place where they can win their first map of the series and keep things going. Take us to bind, where they'll look to take us to split, where they'd look to reverse sweep. It all sounds so easy to say, but there's so many rounds between now and then that they have to take. So many things they have to do if they want to win out here. Starting on that road, and unfortunately Krazen misses. So the road is
Getting cut
Abruptly, they're falling off the road.
off. Yeah. Immediately, the Viper's pit comes up and push up close. Fox is gonna go down. Another one as well. They're spamming onto that one. There's the finish. Command not gonna be able to get anything done.
Last player standing.
Meanwhile, Anthony has one, but he's now the only one left alive. A whole Viper's pit to try to get into, and not a lot to do it with. Sage, not really the agent you want on this one. Maybe if they had a negative flash, something to try to get in on that one, but instead, they're just gonna slip back out, play this one for some exit frags, maybe farm a couple of ult points. In the meanwhile, Metamagic gonna go for that res just for fun, you know?
Here you see a bit of the lost value with having no Fade. It's probably why Fade is so popular on this map. When the Viper's Pit comes down like that, the round was in part largely over. It was a 5v3, I think, at that point, but it's completely unwinnable for Pragmatic. But a nice little Nightfall through there shows you where to find everybody. Makes them blind, not blind, but makes them deaf. It's a very useful piece of utility into the Viper that neither team here brings to the table. So these Viper Pits, all the more lethal, all the more dangerous. Josh, please. Just let people miss shots. Just let them miss.
You know.
I'll pull up we will pull up the footage of the deathmatch you were playing before stream tonight if we need to. We will find it. It exists somewhere. We'll put you on blast until the end of time.
Ooh, speaking of an op, Krazen's got the op and got the pick onto Metamagic. Metamagic may be feeling a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. We know in that the previous map they'd gotten so much done with the operator, and now it's Krazen's turn. Second one as well. And Red Rose just starting to fall apart again. They'd gotten that round previous off of that Viper's Pit, but now, without the ult, it's got to be headshots to get things done, and Pixel has started with a first.
See, this lurk in mid is kind of the pivot point on this round, as well as Krazen's operator down long. If Birdo can find anything other than just vision on ahead, could make things threatening. Somebody's vacuuming. Apologies if anyone can hear that noise in my background. Somebody has elected to start vacuuming.
That's okay. It adds to the ambiance, you know?
We do see the pivot back towards the A site from Red Rose. All three here, they have the
30 seconds
toxic
left.
screen here to work with, as well as all of the rest of the Viper utility. I imagine a recon dart will be online soon, and Fox is the only player here to receive this on this hard off angle.
This recon dart could be really big. Fox just forced to swing out. That
Strike
one kill is
down
crucial.
A.
It keeps them in a spot where they have man advantage to go for this retake. Spike going to be planted, and they're just going to back up, but the retake instantly is coming in. Anthony to lead the charge. The recon bolt reveals where Birdo is stuck here in the site. All they have to do is fight, but instead they're going to lose it out. And yes, the Hunter's Fury can come through, but it is not going to get anything to defuse. Hadn't even begun to come through, and now Parker swings to finish it. Pragmatic. They've got another one in, and Red Rose, they can't string enough in a row here. They win the one and then instantly lose it right back.
Nice little round from Pragmatic. They're getting these picks from Krazen. They're getting just other picks in general, getting man advantages and playing around their man advantages a lot better than they had on Breeze. A lot better, better than they did on their attack side, at least Vicent, though they didn't get as many man advantages there. Neither team was getting man advantages on their attack sides. Pragmatic converting these rounds on defense, getting themselves a cushion that hopefully they can carry through. We saw them go 9-3 on Ascents. I'm not sure how many they need here to secure, but 9 would be the best they can get in this half. Beyond them to actually convert some attack rounds, because again, their defense has been excellent. It's going to be about that attack, and of course, how far they can take this defensive half to give their attack side the leeway it might need.
Krazen has cleared out all of A main, so they could actually start to rotate if they want back into B. Knowing that this is where the hit has to go, Krazen's actually going to push even further, and that's Berto out of the round. That pick means that only the forces up here towards B can begin to push in, and push in they will. A wall that they're stuck behind. Metamagic runs through, gets punished, but an instant trade. Potato Aim and Pixel in the kill feed, and it puts Red Rose into another very winnable position as they have 2 players wrapping up around behind. Parker gets 1, but now completely surrounded, forced to back up, give up the site here in this 2v2.
Potato Aim's lurk does find 1. I was gonna say it was almost certain to. She fully slipped the net. Doesn't find more than that, but she's still alive in the round, still a threat in the round, and Reggie Made wants to play inside this smoke. Paranoia comes through. Oh, this teleport could just be an absolute throw.
Oh, they're not looking!
Is it an absolute throw? I guess not. Neither player catches the sound cue. And Reggie Made will just shoot them in the back. That is a nice play that I thought might have been a throw. Shows what I know.
In the tensest of situations, you might as well just go for it. Just full sends it. Throws themselves into that flank and just mows down 2 players. Stops the retake before anything can even begin to happen. And throws up a 4th round for Red Rose. It's looking a little bit rough given they still have that 2-round deficit, but they are on the attacking side. So any round that they can get is just golden.
Just with the way the attack sides have played in this map, or this series so far, we're assuming that the attack sides are still going to be lacking here on Icebox. That's not necessarily true, but for the sake of Red Rose, certainly hoping that is the case, hoping that Pragmatic's attack side won't be particularly successful, hoping that even if they go into this half down perhaps 8-4, though 6-6 is of course what they want, they'll be able to make another comeback, because we've seen Pragmatic's attack side so far be very unsuccessful.
Krazen spots one out, and they're just going to keep him stuck in here towards A main. Now the peek from Krazen, and it's shut down actually. Off loses out to that Phantom. In the meanwhile, Envious just has to give it up, back away. What was once looking like a good now is just getting him shut down, though Anthony has got a shut down in return.
You can plant the spike behind that wall. They don't actually need to break it. They're actually hurting themselves by trying to break it.
30 seconds.
I think they did break it, fighting from the rope, though.
That's a really rough spot for that Parker to be in, and so Berto shuts him down. This could actually be another Red Rose round. There's 2 players who are really damaged, and now the res can come through, though. Pushing to try to punish it is Pixel. He's gonna spray 3 down. I don't know how Pixel gets all 3. We saw that from their teammates' POV, but instead, it's the Sova just cleaning up every
No, I can see
one.
where you think that was the teammate's POV, because I'm not sure how Pixel killed the last person, but I'm pretty sure we were watching Pixel mow those players down.
Wait, we were?
Yes.
Wait, but then how did the
I don't know how the
Pixel was
last
the
bullet landed.
What?
He was aiming.
I was so
Maybe we can get a
Oh my
replay on
gosh.
that, because I think we're both a little baffled after that one.
That was beautiful. Yeah, so there's Anthony with that first. Parker stuck on the rope, just a really rough situation. It was from Reggie's.
Oh, it was Reggie's. Okay.
Yeah.
We switched,
I
I think,
saw
when
the
Reggie
Omen
walked
arms
into the
there.
smoke, and I got a little confused. You were right.
That
I
was-
did read
I don't
that
even know
wrong.
where Pixel got him from, though. Like,
I believe
behind,
Pixel
I guess?
was on the other side of green boxes. Metamagic is just past one in the night
oh, this
here.
push.
Or Metamagic has been passed in the night, rather.
Yeah.
Pixel's a dead man, presumably. Yeah, there he goes.
Spike down.
Reggie,
Attack
though,
spawn.
and Metamagic is behind Krazen, and Krazen's gonna have no clue about this. Actually,
Oh,
just
that's
noted and wins out the duel. Potato Aim on a lurk through mid again, though, has found one way pushed up, but will get traded by Envious. The rotation's
Leaves the
gonna be
path
to
open,
go
though.
under 2.
Yeah,
to
in
B,
order
and
for the
that's where the
trade to
spike
come
will be
through, they
planted.
had to rotate around, and so that leaves the B side entirely open for the spike to go down.
Last round of the halves could be a potentially huge retake
Last
attempt.
player
And
standing.
Reggie Made goes down. It's all on to Berto, who can't find the shots. Krazen will shut him down. Pragmatic keep it clean this time. Convert the round. They take the 7-5 half. And the question on my mind, and I imagine the question that should be on everyone's mind, is this enough? Is their attack good enough
Switching
here?
sides.
We've seen that attack side struggle all series. Can they finally put together a decent attack half and close a map out?
Yeah, Pragmatic need to get this one, but it's Red Rose who are actually just in a spot now where, because they switch over to this defensive side, they should have a lot of confidence They know just how strong these defensive sides have been, and 5 rounds is nothing to scoff at on their attack.
Icebox, though, for the sake of Pragmatic, I will say, is one of those maps that is very post-plant heavy a lot of the times. It's hard to just completely shut a team out from getting on the site, and post-plants are always going to favor the attack more than not. The vast majority of the time, including on Icebox, including in even situations, or even some situations where the attack has fewer players left alive. It'll be up to them whether or not... I think Reggie Made just got healed despite not actually taking any damage, by the way. But it'll be onto Pragmatic to make sure they can get that spike down and can convert their post plans. Here they should be favored to get on site. There's only 2 defenders here, and they're all 5 stacked up.
Yeah. They're going to be shut down. Krazen's up close, grabs the first one, and Pixel not able to find anything. Spike planted using that Sage Wall. That is the impact of the wall as both of these ghosts just working to perfection. Krazen even on the elevated angle will actually get taken down. Reggie's gotten the first kill here for Red Rose, but it may just be their last. Only Berto up over top, and another unfortunate miss here with the Headhunter. Not able to hunt any heads, at least a body shot will get the finish, but it's a team ace for Pragmatic. They get that pistol round. Another pistol win on the board here on the 3rd map in this best of 5.
I can already see the replay loading in Josh's mind because Berto missed a shot on a player who wasn't looking at him. Jokes aside, nice little round by Pragmatic. Here. Nice take. They get the spike down safely, and a lot of players just winning aim duels on half health, but half health is better than 0 health. Yep. They went out the 4v2, and an important pistol round, I'd say, especially for Pragmatic, especially with the uncertainty of their attack side so far in this series.
Reggie losing a lot of HP inside of this orb, running on through and getting shut down. The double peak timing just not there to catch Envious. They were aware of it the whole time, grabbing both of those, and Metamagic, the long-range classic, actually making it work. It's kind of
2 dinks and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, dink, gotta go for another one. Now they even
at that range.
They got the orb and got out of there. Metamagic putting in more value than I think you could ask of anyone with a classic. So already they've done their job, even though they go down. Envious with a 3rd. Krazen's up close, gonna get cleared, and that is a great right click. Using the classic like a shotgun, now can even upgrade. It's just more damage right now that Red Rose are looking to do. So they try to play on this retake, but instead,
give him the ace.
Envious the possibility of the ace, instead stolen away by Fox.
First of all, Fox is probably cut from the team after this for that little maneuver.
Get him out of here.
I mean, just get him out of here, honestly. They can play 4v5 the rest of the series for all I care. That's just... I mean, it's an anti-eco. Give the man his ace.
Fox is a substitute.
Metamagic there almost pulled off a very nice play. If he maybe could have found his second. Wins out the aim duel with the classic. Took 2 headshots and a couple of body shots, I think, because that thing just does not do damage in that range. But manages to win out the duel. Unfortunately, doesn't really matter. Pragmatic will convert their 2nd round after winning the pistol.
Poison's off.
Get themselves a 9-5 lead. This is becoming a real lead now. A real opportunity that Pragmatic, of course, have to capitalize to stay in these finals. Keep things alive. Keep their hopes alive.
Ooh, almost spammed through the smoke, but Envious able to get out of there. In the meanwhile, Fox thinks better at just running straight up the tube. The majority of players over here towards A. Mid control still in the hands of Red Rose. All 5 now grouping into this A site. A bit more A heavy here at the start of this game for Pragmatic. Owl Drone will tag one. Now they're just running up the wall down, and the spike will get planted right there on the corner. Though Metamagic, that's a nice double. Make it a 3rd player going down as Pixel chimes in as well. Fox has to just run with their knife out to try to even get into things, but they're getting flanked in the meanwhile. Spike a few starts to come through. Anthony with at least 1 shot in the side, though, and this should be it, and yes, it is. Red Rose they have their answer now. They have their first
fight
defensive
was
round.
I'm afraid.
Locked in on that solid hold and even stronger retake. The spike allowed to go down, but no one allowed to escape from that site on the side of Pragmatic. And so, Red Rose, if they keep making it work like that, they could be your champions here.
Making it work against better or worse guns there, however. It's a round they're expected to win. They
That's
do it in
true.
relatively clean fashion with 4 alive. It's what you want out of that round. Have some economics or economy bankrolling into the future. Make sure you're not just completely broke first time you lose a round. But it's not it's not a revolutionary round for them by any means. It's a round they are expected to win. It's this round that is the first gun round of the half after we go through pistol, eco, and bonus.
Use that.
And it does look like Pragmatic want to go towards A again. It could be as many as 3 defenders here, and it might even end up being more as it looks like Potato Aim is taking a lot of space
Shock that.
in B main. Elects to slow down the push.
Don't get in my way.
Red Rose should be able to read into this. As the Viper's Pit's going to be popped, wall should be going up. It's going to be a plant behind it, and this is going to be a tough retake right off the rip.
The wall, though, it gives a little bit of cover for Pixel to come in, and now as they break the wall, they're up onto the spike and shot down. Anthony with 1 in the head, Parker another in the side of Potato Aim, and so this should be one for Pragmatic, though MetaMagic still has something to say about that one. This Sage having big impact as well as able to pull off another res, pushing up forward. The 1 HP means Anthony gets the double headshot. 3 kills for him in the round, make it 4. As Pragmatic, you're right, as soon as they get back on those guns, it's no sweat. The Viper's Pit secures them double digits here on map 3.
Are we seeing the map pool finally be tested for Red Rose? They were good on Breeze, they were good on Ascent, but are they good enough on Icebox to keep things, close things out quickly in 3-0 fashion as we see those kills by Anthony that really shut the round down? They're going to be on a broken and forced buy here. I'm not sure if this is the best move, but they will do so here as there's going to be, I believe, 3 rifles up, a headhunter. Oh, they're going to try to get the tour de force. I see why this was forced. Birdo just gets away with it and baits Envious into the crosshair as well. Risky play that pays off, but Anthony's already through. They're already up and under 2. They went fast. A nice response from Pragmatic. A huge response from Pragmatic. Very, very smart. Parker's right planted. Parker finds 1. Almost good for 2. This spike, I think, ended up getting planted on the ground. Still a difficult location to retake.
1 enemy
Make sure you're
remaining.
not looking the wrong way, and yeah, catching MetaMagic in the side leaves only Red who is so damaged and finished off right in the back of the head. Fox takes the time
don't let
to
your
line it up,
teammate
though.
die.
Does let the teammate die.
That player was on 5 hit points. You didn't have to wait that long.
They wanted
Surely
they
you
wanted
knew
the
he
clean
was hit
headshot.
120.
Maybe the comm wasn't there, or maybe Fox just really wanted this style,
Bait Anthony into his 8th death. Anthony's probably not going to be too put off by a 19 and 8. A huge performance on this map. It's been some other players, I think, mostly in this half, but one of the 2 substitutes that Pragmatic brought into this series really stepping up on this 3rd map. It's going to be against the Pistols here, and they're going to gun down Pixel. This was the downside of that force. Pragmatic dealt with the pressure on B long, flanked around it to win that round. So now Red Rose on a broken buy and potentially about to be facing 12 in a hurry.
That spike gonna begin to go down, but now the wall. Oh, that's a counter wall actually. Shoving him
Last
back and the
player
push on
standing.
forward. Red Rose. Actually decent spot though during the gun swap. Potato Aim will be shut down. Okay. They deal with it.
Match
They
point.
deal with that one and they get up to match point. A little bit of a scary one, but they weather the storm. Now the purchase coming out from Red Rose, but they just have to be perfect from here on out.
They do. They have to do better than Pragmatic needed to do on Breeze and couldn't do. We'll see if Red Rose can pull off a 6-round win streak here, as that last round was really chaotic.
Come
I think
into the
a
unknown.
player was shooting another player in the back while getting shot in the back,
Scanning ahead.
and both players getting shot in the back died sequentially. Just a weird round, but Pragmatic handles it. Gets spiked down, gets a round win in their favor, and this is going to put them on map point for the first time in this series. Give them their first real chance to win one out. But Reggie made, living on 7 hit points, does find a first pick.
You will not kill my allies!
Oh, the pick immediately canceled out by the Reds coming on through Pragmatic. They don't want to let Red Rose get anything into this one. As they're going to group up towards middle here now. Sending one player back to lurk main, but the majority of them just coming in looking under tube here. Instead, they're just going to smoke that off, and they're running all the way up through. This is a very, very interesting one where Pixel is the first one to make contact, and Pixel is taken out. Hunter's Fury even popped to do good damage, almost getting that kill onto Potato Aim. In the meanwhile, Metamagic and Reggie have each gotten one back. A second for Metamagic. Spike is down, but Metamagic just is continuing.
Some question mark decisions at the end of that round by Pragmatic. Why would they plant there? I understand avoiding the Viper's pit. You knew you got a tag on the Viper, knew she was in the pit. Just plant in a safer spot.
Yeah, and you really have to go for the kill there onto that Viper before you can even really think about planting. It's such a tough position.
It's just a rough plant spot. It cost them 2 players, cost them that round in a sense as well. And I don't understand Fox popping the null command that late in the round in the 2v4 and then walking into the Viper's pit blindly while his position was fully revealed. Interesting decisions from Pragmatic that, well, really just poor decisions from Pragmatic to close out that round, but still 5 more to play with, still 5 more match points to work with. So we'll see if they can bounce back from a bit of a scuffed round and close things out here in round number 20.
Envious, ready and waiting to take this duel onto Reggie, though. Reggie has enough awareness to place their crosshairs here. Worries if they make a step or they get discovered. Presence detected, and they're actually pushing forward. They hear all of the footsteps of this backup. If they strike in time, they'll be able to get a kill in the back. There's one. Potato Aim gets one in the front as they're holding down this A site. And the rest of these attackers are left wondering. This is such a rough spot, though somehow Krazen's still alive. Coming all the way out of Kitchens, finally finished off by Pixel. In the meanwhile, these last 2 players still have to clear the player in the back of sight. That is Potato Aim. Now the clear comes through, and Parker, head on a swivel. That's too clean. Clean headshots. Spike can go down. Low HP, but more clean headshots like that could secure this map win for Pragmatic.
A little space to work with.
One enemy.
Yeah, some space to work with, but flying back on that zip line means that they're going to get punished and straight out of their own poison cloud. That's envious to go down. Red Rose, they keep it going, and another time that we're given a possibility of a comeback into OT. Will it get shut again like the last 2 map? Will it get shut down again, or do you think we'll see it?
Yeah, will Red Rose pull off the Ascent comeback, force overtime? Or even, well, a little easier than the Ascent comeback. That one was the full 9-3.
Yeah.
As Josh only shows replays of people just not killing each other or just horribly whiffing, apparently. Almost a chance there for Pragmatic, but Envious swings at just a little too late to take Birdo down and make that a doable 1v2. Likely wouldn't have come through either way, and it's on to Pragmatic here to start finding answers for these last couple lost rounds if they want to go fast onto A.
They're just running it up, going full speed at him, though. Enough rotates have come through, including the Hunter's Fury, to just try to lock this one down. Hunter's Fury, though, not going to connect. Instead, it's a stalemate. Everything pauses, and now Krazen flying in up above. Another player up top, and Potato Aim and Pixel are shutting him down. Something about Pixel and getting multi-kills here on the A site. Yes, Envious can get this pit up, but now they're in a 1v5. This would be a clutch of a lifetime, playing around the Viper's pit, considering whether they should just go out of it, and as they do, Potato will catch them.
I think Potato, she's just running around the corner holding left click, and a bullet just happened to find.
You might as well.
just happens to find Envious. It was a first pick and some promise for Pragmatic, but there was nothing behind it. As the Viper's pit went down, so did half of their team. They couldn't ever get Spike planted, and the res as well comes through from Red Rose, and this is a necessary timeout. This map is starting to slip back in the other direction. It's gonna be on Crazen here. We also see just ran out of knives. Could have found another, couldn't find any heads, and just runs out of knives. And then left with really no gun, gets shot down. Just so close to having a decent execute, but Pragmatic really need to find an answer. They've had really no really winnable rounds of the last three. The comeback starting to look likely. Not likely, but starting to look
It's possible.
in the balance. It's always been possible, but definitely starting
I
to
guess
look
it's always
realistic.
been possible,
I
but yeah,
suppose.
reasonably. I could see it happening. That being said, I don't want to say that it's guaranteed because then I'll cast or curse us out of this. Though, perhaps if I cast or curse us, then we could go to map 4 and it'll get even more exciting.
Yeah, there would be a map 4 on the table when and if Pragmatic can close this out. Only if they close this out. Of course, if Red Rose wins, then it'll be the clean 3-0 sweep. They will be the champions of Advanced.
Here.
Pragmatic, though, looking to force us to bind and then hopefully to split. Long way to go to get there. And this push under, over tube, through tube, perhaps, is how they want to approach it.
I think last time when this fight in tube happened and both players just whiffed, they said, if we send enough players, we'll get that kill.
That's a good call. Surely 5 people don't whiff on one person. The smoke's going to come through. I think the trademark's still toggled a little bit, so they're going to know this hit is here. The footstep's going to give them the hint anyway. And
Yeah,
Pixel Clubhouse will be noted, but there's one player underneath site as the spike is going down. We'll see if Potato Aim can find a timing here. I think she's being watched. Does find one. Player off long.
Traded back, though. In the meanwhile, Metamagic tries to come in, gets shut down, though. Berto, that is some impact on the operator that we haven't seen up until this moment. Parker, though, in the perfect spot to just slip out of the smoke and get a double. Pixel, in the meanwhile, is up here close, sending in the Owl drone to just try to find where in the world is this last player in the Sova 1v1, and ult coming onto the spike. There's not even a defuse yet. Now up top, they can start to get this one in. A tap onto it, and they just have to take the fight, though instead Parker's going to swing around for it, and Pragmatic, they put a map on the board, 13-9. Another comeback is shut down as we head to map 4.
Pragmatic doing everything in their power, looking to get this to go the distance as they finally, Parker off of a nice push by Parker through that smoke. Little lurk, catches 2, ends up closing it out onto the 3rd. Just enough here, just enough. They take it 13-9. They take Icebox, they get to play on Bind, and if they can win Bind, they get to play on Split, and then we truly get to the nail-biting stuff. It's not...
Yeah.
It's still series point for Red Rose. Or not series point, but it's still a series winnable map for Red Rose going on to Bind. But they finally bleed in this series as Pragmatic will make it a series. And it's going to all come down. Well, it could all come down to Split. I'm hoping it all comes down to Split. I keep talking over Bind. I'm excited
Bind
to
will
see
be
this
fun
series
too,
keep going.
I mean, really, I don't know. I think this is the momentum that Pragmatic now have means that they're not going to give up on this one. They've put in all that work, and both teams know that they can win this one, and so we're going to see them all put it on the line here in Bind.
Well, before we go to Bind, we do need to go to a break. We will be back in about 5 or so to bring you map 4 to see if Pragmatic can take us to a map 5, or if Red Rose will close it out and claim the first championship in the VDC's history. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off.
I think you went to the wrong seat. There we go.
Woo!
All right, everybody, welcome back. We just saw Pragmatic take map 3 of Icebox. They prevented the sweep, and now they take us to Bind, where they will look to try to proposition the reverse and take us to Split. They have to take Bind, though, and Red Rose, of course, still one map away, could close everything out right here. We're going into the map shortly. Fuffy, this series is heating up now. We have a real series here.
Yeah.
Looking forward to Bind.
It's getting hot, it's getting spicy, and as we jump into Bind, I think this is the first map that's very different than the other two that we've already played that are so open. We get to, it's a little bit more, I'd say, claustrophobic as a map. I think that the Icebox at least had some of it, especially just in a couple key points, but even more on Bind, and as well as that on Bind, perhaps it won't be as defender-sided as we've seen all of these other ones be.
Bind, not be defender sided. I'll be honest, I'm skeptical, but
That's fair.
It can be true. I mean, we saw a VCT match just today that well, Paper X's Bind is different than most people's, is all I'll say.
Yeah.
We'll see though, these teams could have similar strats. Bind plays surprisingly even.
Yeah.
So
It's, I'd say, more than you would expect on like going into Ascent, where most teams almost it almost just looked hopeless in the way that they were calling some of those attacking rounds.
Ascent is one of the trickiest maps to call attack side for,
Yeah.
if not the trickiest. Pearl might
Surprisingly.
take that title in the future. We'll see. Though I think Pearl's a little easier of a puzzle box to figure out. But going into Bind, it will be interesting to see how that attack-defense balance plays out. We already saw a 9-3 comeback on Ascent, where the teams, 3 rounds on attack, 1-10 on defense to win the map. We could see something similar here if Bind plays in that same style. We were talking about how the attack sides have been weaker, but both attack sides in the last map a little bit stronger. I think both got at least 5 rounds going in their direction. So some hope here to see more interesting attacks coming through. Also maybe some more explosive plays on the dock, especially as we should see dueling raises. Raise very popular pick on this map, as we do see MetaMagic locking that in.
Mm-hmm.
We might actually just end up with straight mirrors on the compositions, though Parker is hovering the Sage instead of a Sova. Sova is actually a very interesting pick. We really see neither of these teams like Fade.
Yeah, neither of them. We saw one Fade come through, though actually, on that first map of Ascent, it was a Fade ult that lost it for them, that did not reach far enough into the back of the site. I remember that last round like it was yesterday, because it wasn't actually yesterday, it was just 2 maps ago.
Feels like it. It's starting to feel like it was yesterday. This
definitely
series is starting to go, but I'm still excited to see more. I'm hoping for a map 5, not trying to play favorites. I would love to see this go the distance. This is our first finals in VDC. I'd like to have a hype one. Mm-hmm. But it's going to be on to Pragmatic to get us there. I'm not behind any of their keyboards.
Yeah.
Probably. As
Probably
we will
not.
see.
You're casting and you're playing as every single one of them.
It's just a puppet show. What can I say?
It is.
Don't expose my secrets. But we will see. We will see. That one difference is the Sage versus the Sova. Both unorthodox picks on this map. Fade has been heavily favored on Bind, and for good reason. Fade's haunts especially have so many little places you can throw them up on. The ult covers practically all of both sites. It's very helpful, but again, I talk about Fade. She's not here, so it won't come into play. We also don't see any Vipers, which is a popular pick on this map. The Viper's Pit, very useful, and the Lurk potential is very useful. But neither team will go that direction. It can be more of a straightforward head-to-head duel. The Sage Walls from Pragmatic probably going to be able to buy them some space, especially on their attack round or their attack side, which can be helpful. And for Red Rose, they're going to have that extra information from the Sova. Again, more of that more of a traditional old school pick. The Fade is the new school fad, but hey, there's nothing wrong with Sova on this map.
Yeah, I think this might just be comfort picks coming out for them, where they sort of, yes, you could go into Fade, but if you're more comfortable with these more traditional agents, Nothing wrong with going on them. They can still provide plenty of impact. A full hit up long, and no one's here to watch it for the Pragmatic side, so Red Rose are going to get this for free. Speaking of free, that's a free ult orb picked up all the way on the opposite side of the map here in Showers as they're just getting ready to go in. Sovadart's going to fly, Brim Smokes are going to drop, and here comes the Eggsy just running straight on up into this one, and they're going to run into basically an empty site.
They're already surrounded on this retake. They got a player still an elbow. They haven't cleared out. Never mind. They'll take that one. Only the threat in Hookah, and there's only 3 alive.
Yeah.
Just as I thought they would surround them and pull in close. Every threat from every side is down, and now it's just the worst choke point in the game to try to retake through. It's going to be a flawless round for Red Rose. The firing range comes alive.
Yeah,
I thought that could have gotten dicey. They didn't want to kill anyone.
But then they got all their picks. They basically just had a bunch of duels that were forced onto them as Pragmatic attempted the retake, and they won every single one. They stood up to that skill check and swatted them all back. And so, Red Rose, that was just a clean site take and a clean win, as now they're just going to look to convert up against Classics.
That B site, always a boon if you can get the spike down. It is, if not statistically, I think a lot of people can say experientially, one of the hardest, if not the very hardest map in the game to retake, and the statistics do support that. It's just so narrow from the back there. So if you get spike down there, you've got a good chance of winning out, as we saw there, as the hit is coming quickly onto the A side. Actually, nobody's gone down, but they are just crawling all over. Anthony might be able to find one.
Oh, grabbing that one, looking to even find a second, but instead Pixel up there on the trade, and now Red Rose, yeah, just shutting them down. Shotgun at close range, only Parker left alive, and so this round will going in favor of Red Rose. But Pragmatic still wants to get more damage. Gonna swap out to a new Classic. Swinging up around into Heaven instead at the long range. The Classic is definitely not favored, and finished off that last bullet right as Berto TP's away. Grabbing that kill, doing it in style. As Red Rose convert off of the pistol, and now they've got rifles to worry about.
Something very funny to me about the phrase "new classic," bit of an oxymoron. As they trade, I think Parker was traded guns. I am a little worried about Red Rose's attack. Yeah, they're up 2-0, but I wonder if they're going to, and they're already answering my question. I was going to say, are they going to play a more split style once they go up against the rifles, against the guns? And it does look like they want to. Their first 2 rounds were pretty much not even executes out of one side of the map, but just straight executes out of one lane. And that's not something you can necessarily get away with indefinitely. So the split pressure here could be necessary. It is really necessary on Bind to get some success, and it looks like they're already aware of that.
It's interesting how much util they've just sent straight through that TP into Hookah to deny some control. The jump spot is going to find a player still looking here towards A main, and so they're just going to have to back it up. 2 up long, again a spot that's just been ignored by Pragmatic, deciding to instead play closer to other spots. And so they slowed things down. There's a player in the TP, which is actually very interesting. That is Reggie, here to cut off any rotates as they're thinking about what side they want to go towards. And actually, Spike's coming up towards A, up close. Metamagic not at all ready. They thought that these defenders had rotated off, but instead Fox is still here. Gonna send that flash over. It forces Potato Aim all the way back. And now they reconsider this A site. And they consider it to be the target, actually. 2 players coming through the TP, running on up. Showers, though, is walled off, and this is not going to be an easy hit.
Revealing area.
Spraying on into that Sage wall. They have to burn so many bullets to get it. The Spike at least is able to go down, but as it does, player pushing on through that is Fox to get one. Anthony on another. They're traded out, but still such a big advantage. And they extend it into a round win. The rifles prevail up against the SMGs, and Pragmatic get their first round.
Well disciplined from Pragmatic to play both sides of the map. There was a lot of pressure on B from Red Rose. They thought, Metamagic especially thought, that they might have managed to pull rotators away, and that's a common... You can commonly lurk up A short, but that angle often goes unchecked when you do so. I've myself forgotten to clear it once or twice. Metamagic unfortunately walks into it, goes down, had a chance at the gun duel, but with the ghost in hand was definitely difficult. And again, Pragmatic just played safe. They played as much as you can call a defensive round a default, and they were ready for their opponents. I mean, we don't traditionally call, I guess, defensive defaults, but it is a default, and they were well spread out. They didn't buy into any of the fakes, and when the commit finally came through, they were ready to rotate to it and completely shut it down, as they, should do with the better rifles there.
Yeah, another spread default for Red Rose, and this time they've got the rifles to match.
Trap destroyed.
This is the first time we've seen a player up close and long. Pragmatic changing up their setup a little bit, making sure they stay unpredictable. And in the meanwhile, Red Rose looking to do something similar to last round and just group up towards A and run this hit.
I don't think they've really gotten too much pressured out of Pragmatic. We'll see if it's enough. I'm not even sure if the wall has been thrown up by Parker, who's going to find the first pick. And if there's still slow orbs up, if there's still a wall up, this hit onto short could be slowed down immensely. Berto, though, will find Anthony, who was kind of caught in a corner, but Parker swinging out from Showers has found
Parker.
3 now on the round, and the wall, like I said, it went up late. Red Rose defaulting, but without much purpose behind it,
30
didn't manage to
seconds
bait that important piece of utility out, or really a whole lot else.
Yeah,
Could
they needed
rotate
some
back towards
other.
B.
They needed some other piece of map control, something, and instead they're stuck with 20 seconds all the way back in spawn, and
Looks like
I
a
think
save.
they just want to hold on to 2 rifles, see if these rifles can give it a shot
10
next
seconds
round.
left.
As Pragmatic, they tie things up here. The pistol round win is canceled out as we now sit 2-2.
And that's one of the traps you can fall into, is defaulting without much of a purpose. They don't find any picks. They don't take too much space. They're given some space on the B side, but it's taking the Pragmatic with the correct response. Parker took a lot of space and Showers on the A side extremity. And Red Rose just don't get any of the utility out from the A site players. They don't really get any of the utility out from anybody. I think Sky Smokes might have still been mostly up for Envious as well. And if you default and don't take space or don't force out utility, then your default is just burning the clock. And that's what we saw a bit of there. As they walked into a wall of utility at the end, a literal wall of utility, and couldn't get onto site. Of course, they also walked into the wall that is Parker's rifle.
a literal wall that is utility.
Grenade!
And a figurative wall that is Parker's rifle.
Okay, that's true. It's terrifying. The Vandal can just be so dangerous, though. Another one that can be dangerous is the Headhunter, as Berto's looking up forward. The smoke gonna block off Anthony, so this one player in the back of the site in a rough spot. So Grayson pushes through to try to assist, but
Spike
instead they're
down
gonna go
B.
down. It's even trades back-to-back spike drops, but they can just scoop that up and begin to plant it. The retake,
enemy
they want to
remaining.
push while they're planting, and this is so smart. Catching all of these players stuck in the middle of the site, not sure what to do, and Pragmatic, they retake that one as quick as the site was lost. They grab that 3rd round, the first true gun round there in that back and forth, and the ones to win it out, it is Pragmatic. And so Red Rose, they're going to just decide to take a timeout.
Another one of these early timeouts called by Reggie made, and they walked out on a site with a chance, but they just never fully took control of some key areas. Elbow was still under the control of Pragmatic. A player was flanking around Hookah very quickly. It took a little longer for the spike to go down than you'd like to see, as Envious anchoring inside the site managed to find 2 as well. It's just nice plays out of Pragmatic. No full clear by Red Rose. It was a fine execute, but one that isn't as precise as you'd hope to just fully clear all the angles. Of course, they were on lesser guns, so around they weren't totally fully expected to win. I think they had 2 rifles coming in, a Headhunter and some Sheriffs. Nothing, a dangerous buy, but obviously the better buy was in the hands of Pragmatic, but still some gaps in the executes. We'll see if they can patch those up, if they can clear those out, and if they can get more of that utility out that's been buying time for Pragmatic's retakes. So we're going to get into this round. They've got a heavy A lean right now. They're going to leave Berto to lean towards a B lurk. They want to
Might
take
as well leave him
early
there.
showers control here. And they could
Berto
run
can
into
always
Anthony's
just TP.
showstopper.
Revealing area.
Berto can always TP back, but yeah. Speaking of util that they need to bait out, that is an important one. You do not want to group up and get punished by that, though. They're grouping up showers right now. Perhaps a scary prospect as they're just getting ready to go. And Reggie just instantly runs up and jump spots it. Not going to see anyone, but
They actually
Anthony's
spammed
still
down
here and
the
ready.
trademark. And now they're going to leave. I don't know if they know they spammed down the
Blinded.
trademark, but they did spam the trademark through the wall. So that piece of utility is broken. No alert for when somebody walks out of showers.
that Sky
Crazen
Flash was
smartly
important.
taking space.
They knew that they blinded that one, and Meta Magic going for the peek, gonna get punished, perhaps not even realizing that there's an op on this angle. In the meanwhile, a player's walked up close, and the flash has gone
Fox is
past.
baited.
Oh, Fox
Biggest
is
bait.
not ready for that.
Biggest bait in the game is the Sky guiding light. Throws it out. Flash is Birdo from behind, who is completely unfazed, completely
Yeah.
unflashed, and just gets the superior angle. I've died to that a few times
30
myself.
seconds
It's a
left.
lesson you never seem to learn enough. But again,
Yeah.
Pragmatic so far has been doing
I've
well
got
to
your
take space
trail.
where Red Rose isn't. It'll
but
be
the
on to
rotates are
Crazy to see if
coming
he can
in.
find anybody else here. Does almost line up the shot and teleports away. So short control given over, and Red Rose wants this to be enough. They're going to push into the site, but there's 4 defenders here. There's not a lot of time. I'm not even sure they're going to get spiked down.
That they will, but the spike planner may die given that the showstopper will come through. Instead, it just flies wide. Or no, actually, it doesn't fly off at all. Now it does, and it misses. Envious, though, is here to grab one. Trade it out immediately. Berto over here in U-Haul, looking to
player
swing back,
standing.
looking to get another, but instead it's Anthony who shuts him down.
One enemy
Potato aim,
remaining.
left in a fly. The first, up close, but Crazen's instant on that swing, instant on that trade, and grabs Pragmatic another round. This one a little bit closer. This one, Red Rose are starting to get things going, but again, it's not enough.
Off the back of that timeout, you see Red Rose go for the full-on hit onto A, and honestly, that shouldn't have gone as well as it did. The showstopper and the blast pack's a bit muffed by Anthony, a little late. Couldn't shut down the defuse as we see this kill by Berto, which was their response to the pick with the operator. Gave Red Rose a 4v4 chance, but Pragmatic read into the round, knew where the hit was coming. Could have honestly shut that down before the plant, but they managed to clean up on the retake anyways. I'll get them their 4th on the board. Pragmatic are looking to rally into this map and take us to map 5 as they've got the early lead once again. The 3rd time this series, and hopefully for the 2nd time, they'll actually take the map off of it.
Hopefully, but nothing to say about it. They've grouped up towards B and they're ready to go for this one. Fox is still just waiting. Here close to Hookah. Oracle Strike going to come into the back of the site, and another one in response as Fox grabs 2. They're stuck and finally traded out, but it's just still not a great spot for them to be in. That tour de force is creeping up to lock down this elbow position, and all of these defenders don't have a lot of a great avenue to get back into this one. Oh, even that Hunter's Fury coming through keeps them forced back. Berto able to grab that one and escape. This is where Pragmatic, their streak might
Last
just be
player
stopped
standing.
at 4 here. Pixel with 1. Good trade from Anthony. This is actually a possible clutch. Running up now onto this one, has to tap the spike. Walking into elbow and walking into Berto's scope. Red Rose, they put a 3rd on the board. They stop the streak. And now it's anyone's game.
Nice little, I keep saying that, but nice round by Red Rose to get back on the board. They had lineup set up at the end of that round. I can't analyze too much, unfortunately, because I'm getting a bit of a choppy feed.
Yeah, it's been lagging a little bit. I'm doing my best to cast, but there's a couple moments where I'm like...
Okay, so
"Oh."
that was me figuring out that you, okay. It
Yeah,
sounded
yeah.
like it, but I wasn't sure. Okay, a little bit missed there, but either way, the round comes through for Red Rose as they get us back within 1, and we're going to see the Sky duel. It'll be Fox winning that out, so it's going to be 4v5 here for Red Rose. They're going to have to look to try to find a pick or just space back on the map, but a whole lot has been given up. You can see a full peek out of Hookah. can't remember who the chamber player is. That's Krazen. Should have known. He played chamber in the first 2 maps, but Krazen fully pushed out of hookah, fully able to see if anyone comes back this direction. Birdo is starting to lurk towards Belong alone. The hit
Classic
might pivot
Birdo.
back that direction. Yeah, classic Birdo for real. We'll find nothing, but it may eventually walk into the trademark. B-side's actually technically open right now because both players are stacked up in hookah.
Oh, and
Feet goes Dark Forest again.
It wouldn't be. I think it actually legitimizes us to have, you know, just a little bit of tech issues. That way we're just like, you know, the big VCT events.
And I'm just catching the last round and coming
30
back through
seconds
on the
left.
streams. I think it was also giving, it was giving some issues out to the stream as well. So at least if you can't see, neither can we. Or if we can't see, neither can you. But MetaMagic are going to throw in their showstopper. They have found a gap on the A site, so they should be able to get spiked down. And Birdo going to try to clear Fox. I don't think full cleared the corner. It goes down. So 3v5, but the spike is down, and there is a lineup in play from Potato Aim, who has pulled that out already a couple of times.
That duel should seal the round because they're maintaining Shower's control, unless we see a hero play from Red Rose. Pixel looks to be the hero, but goes down after only one. MetaMagic also is instantly traded, and so Potato Aim in a real rough
Lineup
spot.
has landed.
Yeah, they've been able to molly onto the bomb, which has stalled out some time, but jumping right back on it, not really much they can do from here. I jest. They've actually got that one and confirmed that they're off of the spike. Now swinging in, looking to get that kill. They have the kill, but not the diffuser. Grabbing Krazen instead of Envious, who's able to get that diffuse through, able to get that last kill, but a really strong clutch attempt.
Yeah, nice retake, and Anthony even had a read on the loop around by Potato Aim, but they almost give over the chance to Potato Aim, who manages to take down 2, almost had the bullets to take down 3. One more bullet in the magazine there might have taken the third and taken the clutch. Pragmatic, though, just pulls through. They had a huge advantage on that retake. It was 5v3. They found a couple of picks on the entry. Potato Aim almost makes it all for naught. Pragmatic holds strong. They take this 5-3 lead. Question again starts to become what kind of half you want to look for here. As we're starting to get towards the last little licks here. Not last licks of the half, but the last several rounds of the half.
Yeah.
What kind of half does Pragmatic need? What is their attack? Yeah, what does their attack look like on this map? How many rounds do they need? Is it all 9 maybe? Do they need the last 4? Would 5 be, or would 7 be enough? Would just the 5 they have be enough? Who knows? We're going to have to find out in the second half, as right now they've got a 1-main advantage, and the hit is coming through for Red Rose. Pixel goes down. Potato Aim will trade one onto Anthony. Parker, though,
down, B.
finds the Potato Aim, who's the last player on site. It's all on to Birdo as we switch perspectives, but all on to Birdo here.
Birdo
Who
has a
was
chance.
the late
Instead
lurk.
wants to look for that flanker. And Krazen's, it looked on the X-ray a little scary, but that's because they're going around the long way, so no way Birdo's going to find him. Birdo is going to find that one up close, though. Do they suspect the second in the back of the site? No. Spinning the wrong way, and so Parker has the 3K to clean this round up. Pragmatic, they have 6. You ask the question, is 7 enough? Do they want even more? Well, they're starting off on the right path here.
Yeah, how many is enough? 6, 7, 8, all 9 maybe. We saw a Scent.
They want it.
Yeah, we saw a Scent not go their way after being 9-3 up, and their attack looked better on Icebox. But will their attack look as good on Bind here? Bind plays very defensively in some contexts, and I think with both of these compositions, we can expect to see some defensive Bind play.
Launching smoke.
Especially if we get, for instance, Birdo back to popping off with the op, as we saw on Ascent's defense, if I'm remembering that correctly. It has been a minute. So for Red Rose, the same question: how many do they need? Is as few as 3 enough, like it was on Ascent, or do they need 6? Do they need to win the last 3 out? Second half holds many mysteries that we won't get to answer until we get there. So it just comes down to playing these rounds out the best they can, as both teams hunt for the chance at this championship.
Ooh.
Red Rose have taken full control of the B angles, and it's just 2 players here in Elbow to receive for Pragmatic if Pitt comes in. Anthony does have the showstopper. There's one lurker towards A. But it does. I do have the sense that Pixel at 45 seconds has sent out this drone, and the attack has to be coming behind it. I'd have to assume that's the case. Anthony is noted and tagged, which is one of the biggest threats for this hit. Fox will throw out the Seekers as the hit has come on a site, and they have sight for free.
Yeah, they can get this plant. For Pragmatic to win this retake, they need to maintain elbow control.
Not a good start.
One here at elbow. Pixel walking up, not ready for Envious up close. Okay, this is where things become possible because the res can, in theory, come through. They're going to get ready for this one as we experience a couple technical issues.
We can't see
have
anything.
to wait. It's so tense on this retake. Will it happen? Will we
The
be
round
able
is
to
over.
jump
We
back
missed
into
it.
the action?
The round is over. We missed everything. Hopefully we'll be able to
Yes, it
resolve
is.
this. Okay,
it's
here we
not
go.
over.
I don't
Instead,
think we
the res
actually
comes
advanced any
through.
time. Oh, and we're frozen again. It
But
was
the
so
showstopper is
promising.
going to begin to come out. That's on Anthony here. They're going to try to get this retake in. A lot of ultimates being spent in on this one. Shots firing and drum roll. It is Pragmatic.
Pragmatic won
They
the
get
round.
the retake and they defuse the spike. Such a great retake. Great use of that showstopper from Anthony. A great res from Parker. And good, I told you the retake was very possible when they held that elbow position and, well, they were able to do it. All right. We might begin to stabilize here, but we're getting the slideshow right now.
Yeah, full slideshow. Obviously, we have no idea. Oh, we are deep into this round. Okay, I think we just skipped forward 40 seconds in time and then froze again.
Oh, no.
I really do apologize for the quality. I'm going to ask our production team to tech pause if they would be so kind. Hopefully when the next round gets ready to start. One enemy is remaining on one side. I don't know which one it is.
I'm assuming it's Pragmatic who are looking to clean this one up. Yes, they are. Only Birdo left up with that headhunter. They're trying to creep up on this one. We'll see if they get anything in about 5 more seconds when we jump forward in time again. Looks like, okay, we will be able to get a tech pause as just a couple production problems. But either way, we'll still be here. We're still leading you through this, even if we can't see very much. I think this does bring some good levity to what has been a very intense one so far. As yeah, we just throw to our little pause screen as we're chilling here, given how it's not really the most watchable game right now.
Yeah, I don't even remember the score. I think it was something like, if Pragmatic won that round, I think it's 8-3. And I would have to imagine they won that round. It was like a 4v1, but you never know. We might have just missed the clutch of a lifetime, unfortunately. I'm sure we'll get these issues hopefully resolved and actually have a functional stream for you guys. Really, really sorry about that. Not totally sure what the issue is. Maybe some internet issues. Who knows? We're going to solve that as quickly as we can. The player's obviously experiencing no such issues. So if worse comes to worse, they will continue to play the game. And we will have
that's
to,
what's most important.
Okay, we are going to go to a break here. There's going to be a bit of an extended tech pause. Hopefully we get things sorted out for you guys. We'll be back to continue Bind here as soon as we can. We apologize for the difficulties. Please don't go anywhere. We have more maps to show you. We have more Valorant for you.
Be right back.
Grab a snack, grab dinner. It's getting late. Your mom's been yelling at you to come to dinner for 15 minutes. Go get your dinner. We'll be right back. We're going to go to break. broadcasters. I don't know if we're live. Hello, welcome back. Okay, we are back live. Apologies for the delay. I think things are back up and running for the most part on our be getting back in the game. I think it's 8-3. I still haven't gotten a score update. Haven't asked for one, honest, but we'll find out shortly. It's either 8-3 or 7-4. Pragmatic
pressure
in the
just
lead.
continuing to mount for these teams now, including just with taking even more time here now as they just sort of, you said before when we were in that break, they just sort of get to sit and stew in this energy, the tense moment here is, 8-3.
And we see that timer live. The screen's not lagging. Hopefully we can maintain this. We're getting back into the final round of the half. Red Rose still on the attack, down 3-8. I was talking about if it would be a 9-3 half, and it might just be as Pragmatic's on the verge of that, and it would be a rough 9-3 half as well, because Red Rose only won 2 of the rounds off pistol. So not where you want to be, but it's how bind goes sometimes. We're going to see. I mean, these teams had lots of times to talk out their strategies. We see the immediate Seekers.
Yeah.
Still waiting on that ambient noise, I think, to return to the game, but it doesn't matter as Red Rose just want to get in there and want to go fast. Fox is all kinds of dead here. Yeah, will go down, and actually a second as well found.
That is huge. It gets them the advantage, and they have this plant down. Krazen up through heaven, trying to find someone, but these smokes just block off everything. This retake is going to be a real rough one. Metamagic here to lock down U-Haul. First duel taken and one out by Envious. The second one won by Anthony, and this becomes really possible. Pixel has at least gotten a third. They're on for the ace on this one. As they begin to peek out, they're shut down, and Potato Aim runs around without the gun fully out. A 9-3 half as we run into this one. One player will go down, but they get half on the spike. I believe they have this.
There's plenty of time.
Yeah,
don't worry,
plenty of time.
got this.
I was like, as long as you don't die to the molly, there's plenty of time, right? They got half on it. Everything's fine.
Switching
So
sides.
it's the 9-3 half for Pragmatic, and the chance at redemption is the curse still flowing through this series. Or will we see it put to bed? Can Pragmatic close things out, have an effective attack site here on a map where we've already seen Red Rose greatly struggle with their own? It's a tricky map to attack on sometimes, just like Ascent. But a pistol win here would be a huge boon, would put them in a huge, just a fantastic position. The timer is paused.
Yeah.
I'm already worried. But it would put them in a fantastic position and put them in a great place to win the round. Okay, Metamagic is definitely disconnected.
Okay,
Has not
I'm
moved out of
looking
spawn.
forward to Anthony actually to be the opener here. Now that we've swapped sides, I think Pragmatic, that the fact that I think the space that can be created by someone like Anthony, just with those blast packs, with the amount of kills that they have, I believe they're topping the scoreboard as well, really could help them steal this attacking side up. That being said, if Red Rose shut them down, they could prove the curse to be true.
Our first tech pause called by the teams actually this series as we wait for Metamagic to get back in. Not even oh no, this is for Red Rose. Okay, Red Rose was the team that was saying they might have this issue. A couple of their players have computers where this happens every once in a while, so Metamagic might to reboot, but should be able to get back into the game. We'll get back to the round. Apologies for the consecutive tech pauses. What are you gonna do?
It'll happen sometimes, and it's just building up hype. Okay, we're just here and we're just waiting. We're waiting, and it's anticipation. Think of how exciting this will be if it goes the full distance. And we've spent this much time. You know, it's about the journey, and we're at the darkest hour. And I think we're gonna get to the exciting climactic finish. But whether
I can't wait
it's
for
on
the
this map
6
or not,
overtimes
I don't know.
on. Yeah, I can't wait for 6 overtimes on Split. Oh boy.
Oh boy, that would be a climactic finish.
Yeah, I think we both gasping for air by the end of it, and who knows how the teams are going to feel as Red Rose on the verge here of taking their 2-0 lead and just completely dropping the ball and winding up in a map 5. And that's, as much as being down in a 2-0 deficit is, winning that next map out of a 2-0 deficit, it happens all the time, right? You can win your first map in series, win map 3. But if you go up 2-0 and lose the next 2 and get taken to a map 5, that's gotta be heartbreaking. And that's got to be so difficult. You have to prevent the reverse sweep, come back into the series after dropping 2 in a row. It seems very difficult. It seems very worrying. MetaMagic definitely back in the game.
All right, there we go.
Close up on the mouse test. MetaMagic to his position to defend. It's Red Rose in need of a pistol here. A pistol round. I think they all actually have pistols on their characters right now. But in need of this pistol round, we should see the timer. Yep, timer has unpaused. We are back in this. Pragmatic looking to take this pistol and get an perhaps insurmountable advantage. Red Rose trying to replicate their Ascent magic and channeled the curse.
Yeah. They've done it before. Will they do it again? In 5 seconds, we'll find out how this half starts off. A group towards A. 3 people just coming up to clear showers that immediate, and there's 4 defenders on the site to receive.
This is just a straight read by Red Rose. A couple of these players are even just hiding, trying to bait perhaps Pragmatic into a false sense of security. We'll see if they fall with the bait, as a lot of them are really tagged up. The heal though is available for all of these players. Actually, I guess they're going to choose for the Sky to not get healed, even though the Sky could heal everyone else. Minor misplay. could matter. MetaMagic's still here with the paint shells, and nobody on Red Rose is rotated off. They actually don't even have any information on B.
Another Sky
Pragmatic
Flash
could be walking towards B right now, and they have no
reveals
idea.
that no one's rotated. They just have one player holding, locking it down. The wall now going to come up so they can get that plant through. Chucking a nade over
there was
top
a
of it,
gap.
and Pixel's gotten one. That's the second from Meta. They deny that spike plant, and now after stopping it, continue to push up and kill Anthony. Yes, Anthony's got it down, but there's barely anyone left alive on this Pragmatic side, as it's only Krazen, and not for long. Pixel with the triple. Immense value on those shock darts as well. Along with that MetaMagic nade was just perfect.
I really do not like the wall plays on Bind, and I was worried that they would start walking into them Pragmatic, and that's already one example. When you wall yourself off into that angle, especially an imperfect wall like that one, you're asking for a utility dump. You're taking very little control of the site. Had they even gotten spiked down, that's a difficult retake because you're just going to be pressed 4 players into shower. Red Rose knows where you are. They know how to find you, and that's half the battle in this game. And sometimes it's not a play I like. It's the play they went for. It didn't work out for them. We'll see if they continue to try stuff like that throughout the half, or if they adapt, take more defaulty plays, take more control of site, which is what I'd like to see, especially on the A side of the map.
In this one, they've split 3-2 and just left the spike in the middle. They're like, okay, whichever one of us rotate back, grab it. And it looks like it's going to be the Showers players who are coming to get it. As this long push comes through, and they've actually gotten Fox into an interesting spot.
Fox could walk into elbow, and with that smoke, actually, just going to the back site, could find the pick, looking the wrong direction. Doesn't think Meta would be on the angle, but Parker will find the trade, actually. This is starting to get interesting. They're going to go back towards an open A site if they really wanted to.
Yeah, this is maybe a bit of an over-rotate if this spike does decide to go back. They hear the TP, and now they realize where they've made the mistake. 2 players just sprinting back into an open site. And that spike going to go down. Envious.
Early TP. Could get punished for it because the players are here sooner.
Yeah, Envious
Trap on the flank as well.
And Reggie
And their
on
biggest
the
threat,
split
the
could be
chamber.
big.
The chamber's completely out of this round. Nobody's turning around. They have to know that flash came from behind them. Surely now they hear the trailblazer.
Reggie's taking their time. Now they come in, and now they lock it down. You did make a long chamber flank, but too far away to really do anything. The spike will get defused, and Krazen even shut down afterwards. 5 on the board. Red Rose, they win the pistol. They're able to convert that one both off of spike diffuses. And now they've got
sure
rifles.
It's another play by Pragmatic that I don't completely like. They could have left more time for Anthony and for Envious to walk up onto the A site. They could have even planted if they expected the site to be as open as it was, which they clearly did. Parker could have waited a little longer to teleport, and Krazen just should have been there. That long flank was never going to come to anything with the wall being up and everything.
Yeah. Though you sort of have to throw Hail Marys like that when you're in such a disadvantaged spot.
Well, they will find the Daywing trying to get cheeky in a smoke.
Yeah, that's for Pragmatic, and so Red Rose, they're they're doing a couple crazy things. That's a little bit of a wild push forward, a wild spray for Anthony, not going to find anyone. As that ult orb is grabbed, a sky flash into the site. There's only one player here to defend A, so if they do decide to hit, this could be big, but if they turn back into B, this could be their demise. Krazen, the first point of contact, walking up as Metamagic swings around and gets a tag. Ducking straight back into cover. That ult orb will be collected, and it is the B exec to come through.
Reggie made in this oh so scary under position if nobody clears it. If nobody clears it, actually the double blast pack over Anthony will turn around and clear it. It'll give himself up to Metamagic, who's very low on the site.
Yeah, Metamagic should go down here. Should and yes. Great coverage from Krazen. Parker's up close. And they've deleted the threats on site. Only Pixel left from so far away, still smoked off. Not really much they can do in this one, but might as well give it a try. Farm those ult points. Go for some economy damage as they're peeking around, and Parker's ready. 10-5. Double the rounds here are Pragmatic as they pick up rifles, and they do not go down to that SMG sort of partial buy, the bonus that Red Rose still had.
Hurdle to clear for Pragmatic. Red Rose don't need that round, as also didn't need that round, but would have been very nice to helping their comeback. Pragmatic now face their first gun round, and if they can win this one, they're really in a spot to win it. If not, more chances will come, but Red Rose might start to find their confidence in their stride on this defensive half.
Standing ahead.
So I'd like to, if you're Pragmatic, you want to close this down quickly. You want to just get us to split as soon as possible. Winning this round would be a huge start in getting there, and Krazen with a just clean shot Reggie made and get us the first.
That pick is huge right there.
That's a great start. However, Anthony's about to get shot in the back.
Able to get that one, but Anthony not ready. Now pulls the gun out and almost actually has that one. Berto's still able to finish him, but losing a teammate of their own. This is not a great spot for Red Rose to be in, just given the amount of agents that they are lacking here and the fact that they're walled off. Metamagic is going to throw that paint shells in, but Parker's dodged back in time. Fox going to take them down. Envious dropping that ult, but the orbital strike will actually cost them their life. Parker getting one back though, and Fox to close. Fox really was the 3K there on site to just deny everything, to deny all of that information to anyone on the retake just coming in, just, oh, nope, you're just gonna lose. Oh, you think you have good positioning? Well, you're down another player.
Yeah, not tracker. Reading words while I'm trying to cast. It's always smart. But Fox there had the, I believe, the Crucial first pick. They push up onto site, cleans up a couple in the retake, completely shuts the door on Red Rose, who are now forced onto a save, and this could be 12 for Pragmatic, and this could be a problematic situation for Red Rose, who could be finding themselves staring down the barrel of split faster than they're expecting to. Which, I mean, I think they were expecting to never have to when they went up 2-0 in this series, and now that possibility is becoming not only realistic, but very likely. As the push comes in, Fox finds the first. It's going to be Berto just having to run away, not even holding on to elbow control. Will push back in that direction. Smokes herself up, and okay, Parker, just take your shot into the smoke. Elbow's walled off. One player on the flank. We'll see if Reggie can find anything with this judge. Cannot. It's all onto Berto. 7 bullets in the Headhunter, only 5 enemies, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know,
5 enemies, right?
That's easy. You just click, 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 click. Nothing wrong with
right.
that. Okay,
like that. There's
one,
one.
Two, and nope. Yeah, Red Rose might be thinking, you know, you mentioned they never even expected it to go this far. They might be thinking, what if we closed it before? Now, you know, they've got this comeback, and they can't afford to live in the past. They have to live in the now, give it everything they have here, and when this seemingly inevitably goes to that 5th and final map, they cannot let their spirits be broken.
Red Rose staring down the reverse sweep right now. Can they rattle off just an insane they could just rattle off an insane comeback here. They've won 1 gun round in the map, but maybe it's time they win 7 in a row. It could very well happen. It would get them a chance to just avoid map 5, but if they go to map 5, they're gonna have to keep themselves spirited, because
Scout destroyed.
These last two maps, ultimately Icebox ended up
There.
relatively close, but really they just weren't. They started off with, it was 12-6 on Icebox, it's 12-5 now. Never a ton of doubt, though. Pixel on this most aggressive play has just found someone.
Pixel's
26
just chilling in
HP.
there.
You will
And now
not
he's
kill
in
my
prison.
allies.
And Anthony's actually be res. Oh, does have the Hunter's Fury,
that's
though.
so
Should
smart.
find Anthony. Oh, the blast packs come out. He actually gets a second tag, but meanwhile, his team is stuck in a 4v5 because he can't get out and make the 3v5 as the first pick goes to the side of Pragmatic.
Oh,
Gonna have
Anthony
to
has
find
that.
one. Yeah, but the showstopper in play. Pixel's still locked in.
Yeah, there's
Crazen
a
is
sort
the
of force hold
warden.
in this. Yeah, just still in the prison that is that teleporter. Able to escape, though. Finds the key and gets out of there. 2v2 is surprisingly possible, as the Seekers are going to be sent out. Pixel coming up from behind. They're just trying to crunch in from these two different angles.
Last
Archer
player
going
standing.
to take some damage and going to take
One
Pixel
enemy
out.
remaining.
Only left onto Potato, who can only
Attackers
find one.
win.
As she
No charge.
falls. It's going to be Pragmatic winning this one out and bringing us the distance.
Reverse sweep might be looming. Pragmatic has taken the last two and bind in a convincing fashion. Both teams now have to reach deep, especially Red Rose, who've dropped the last two. They had a chance to close this down in either of the last two maps. Now they have to go to split. Can they find it in them? What do both of these teams have left? This has been a long series. We're going the distance.
Yeah.
I'm just excited. I'm excited to see split. I hope it's close. The 6 overtimes thing was kind of a joke. I don't want my voice to be that dead, but at the same time,
Okay,
if this
maybe,
split
like,
goes 6
one
overtimes,
overtime,
I'm
you
gonna be
know.
so hype.
One overtime, maybe another 24-round game, whatever it is. I'm sure it'll be hype, and I'm just so excited to jump into this one. I feel like there's not much more analysis that I can do other than at this point, this far into it, like both teams are going to be exhausted, and it's a battle of mental fortitude.
Well, like Christmas morning, it comes faster if you go to sleep. For us, that just means going to break. We're going to take our hopefully last break, unless we have another tech break. God, I hope not. But we're going to throw ourselves to break here. We're going to come back with Map 5 Split. We have gone the distance. The Advanced Championship hangs in the balance. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back. We are here for the VDC's Advanced Finals, and Fluffy, we have gone the distance. Team Pragmatic is threatening the reverse sweep as they took Icebox and Bind in a row and have pushed us all the way to map 5 and to Split.
Yeah, if you are a Red Rose fan, you gotta be nervous at this point. The fact that they got so close, and now everything could be ripped away from them right at that final hurdle. That being said, they've proven that they know how to do it. And at the same time, now that we have this Pragmatic side getting so close to closing it here on Split, will that get in their head as well? Will they get a little bit nervous now knowing that it's possible? It's within their reach, both of these teams. The pressure is mounting. This is where it gets the most hype.
Map 5, and we're seeing the agents come through. Already some unorthodox picks. Chamber and Killjoy will come out from Red Rose, who will start on the attack side. They'll also lock in the Raze, a little bit less unexpected. Neither team looks to be opting for the Astra pick, as Pragmatic is hovering what looks to be their composition, but they could choose to change. And one Sage here, just very interesting teams. The Sage I find very interesting, and the Killjoy very interesting on this map. And both will be, I think the difference in the comps will fade.
Yeah, fade's the real difference here. Killjoy is going to have a lot of area denial, especially strong on that defensive side, but they're starting off on attack. Yes, Killjoy can cover the flank, but we can see the same thing for Chamber, and they're doubling up on it, which will be interesting. On the other side, we haven't seen a lot of fade. The last time we saw was on Ascent, and now Envious pulling the fade out.
I'm really interested to see what this Killjoy is used for, especially on this attack side, which is what Red Rose opted to go for. We did a random, we did a coin flip to see who got side selection on this map. Red Rose won and elected to attack first, so they must have some kind of plan, or they just want to be able to rely on their defense to close this one out. Either way, they have to put up some numbers on attack if they want to win this map. Probably. I mean, you have to get at least one attack round to win every match. It's impossible otherwise. We'll see what they can do as they'll be starting out. Tied series. We've gone 5 games. Pragmatic with all the momentum, all the wind in their sails. They've won the last 2 maps, and Bind was convincing. That was a 13-5. Red Rose maybe starting to forget what winning feels like. It's been a while. They've been down both of the last 2 maps. I don't think they've ever had a lead, unless they won first pistol, and I'm forgetting on Bind, or on Icebox. But either way, feels like an uphill battle, even though we're going into this 0-0. It's Red Rose pushing into A here, and we'll find the first pick.
Yeah, uphill, but they are pushing. They are ready to climb, getting that spike down. Reggie, in the meanwhile, will go ahead and damage up that wall, ready to spam it through. They're going to try to fight onto these Heaven players who are going for the retake. In the meanwhile, though, Anthony grabs that nade onto the player. Back there in sight. That's one scooped up. The Killjoy turret actually proving a real annoyance for him to deal with. Sperto headshots Anthony in the meanwhile. 4v3, these attacking side looking to just lock this one down, but it's equalized. Pixel, though, still has something to say. In the back of the site, swings around for another headshot. Envious will shut them down. That reload should reveal they're off the spike. Now they go and cap it again. They're getting swung by both angles, but Envious hits a beautiful shot. I do not believe there is time on this one. That was solid aim, but just not enough.
We see, I was asking for Killjoy value. There's your Killjoy value. That bought a lot of time. Envious, who proved to be a dagger in that round, almost managed to take it, but just got stalled out for so long. Pixel was able to buy a lot of time for himself, get several kills, get 3 in this case. And the defuse could never quite start. Envious finds the last 2, but way out of time. And it'll be the first round and the first pistol for Red Rose in what feels like forever. Perhaps an omen for them in this map. So they want to just group up, go back towards the A site here. We'll see if this fast hit is as successful as the first one. This time Pragmatic has taken the aggressive and proactive move to take mid and sewers controls. It's all 5 for Red Rose up here.
I mean, if it worked before, you might as well just try it again. No need to try to be too advanced here when you're this far in the best of 5, though they decide to reroute, and that might actually punish him. Envious grabbing 2 with just a classic. Anthony, though, is shut down, and we're back into the 3-on-3 as they look to go into the site. Another classic awaiting. Fox grabbing 1, so much done by these classics, though now both of them are over towards A, so the spike should be able to get planted here by Pixel. And
Pixel already has lockdown.
I say should be able to get this one. Yeah, Pixel with that lockdown. Honestly, you might just want to rip it even in this round. Yeah, gonna throw the lockdown perhaps a bit early as these players haven't even rotated all the way in, but you have to be able to guarantee a round like this. You can't afford to throw it away just for your mental. This deep in the game.
Will these Spectres recovered by both of these Pragmatic players, though? We'll see if they clear Berto's position.
No, they do not. Berto up close, Pixel from afar. They double peek together. Pixel just waiting to swing off their teammates' contact. Very well played. Red Rose, things get dicey there in the middle, but they clean it up. Though now, their money's in such an awkward spot. They're down to 3 sheriffs here in this bonus round, and they're treating it like a true bonus. Well, on the other side, this Pragmatic team has got 3 Phantoms and 2 Vandals.
Should be around Pragmatic can win, get their first on the board, but for Red Rose, could be a huge momentum swing, momentum gained if they could somehow manage to convert this one. They're finally putting some face towards some mid pressure. We'll see if a wall comes up in response from Crazen, who does catch the off angle. The wall's going to come up too late. He somehow lives through it, but the wall is broken. Crazen gets away with his life, but that wall did nothing to stop the mid push. Came out too late.
I'm out of stuff.
Red Rose now with this crucial piece of map control.
Alright, now that they've gained mid, they're in a good spot. Crazen, it's in a bit of a rough one. Has to reload, backing up, and so the swing will come through, and a great headshot from Reggie. Knocks 1 down. They want to make this bonus round into even more than it was ever meant to be. Berto coming up around the side. They're going to catch Anthony in the back. Oh, what do they
Berto
want?
gonna
They
go
want a
for a
knife on
knife?
this one, I think. They
No.
are, and they're
No.
going to get it. Berto knifes down Anthony, insult to injury, and now the spike is being
There.
planted on the
Spike
other
planted.
side of the map. Do they even know about this? Yeah, now they're turning. Now they realize, but you just had a teammate get knifed. You're on the wrong side of things. This is just such a rough spot. This was when they bought in the rifles. This was when they were supposed to win, and they do still have a chance into it. 3-on-3 now as Fox gets that one. A flash out of heaven. They're all just looking to run through. TP down into it. Pixel Clubhouse just waiting. But Metamagic grabs one from the side. Here still on site. Now taken down. Envious
enemy
begins to
remaining.
get on the spike.
One
And they're
enemy
just
remaining.
sticking it. They're just sticking it. And they've been taken down.
Just
there's
enough
still,
time.
There's
should
still
be.
enough time. Is there? There's
Just
yeah,
enough.
there's time. Just enough time. I was like,
I thought that
they
spike
had to
half,
win
but
that
there
one.
was enough
That was
half. No.
insane.
Berto didn't pick up the rifle off of Anthony after knifing him, which I
Knifed
believe
him and
Anthony had
just-
a rifle. Just knifed him and dipped. Didn't take the
Like-
rifle with him on the way out.
Okay.
I don't know how pivotal that was in that round, but you would have liked to have a rifle, I would assume, instead
Yeah.
of a Spectre. Either
And
way,
perhaps-
Red Rose don't quite convert the round, but that's about as successful as a bonus is going to get without actually winning
Yeah.
it.
And
4
now if
down
they
in
convert
the-
this one, if they use, I mean, the amount of damage they were done, if someone gets a double or an ult orb, they could even have an ult to be able to
What is
pull
this
one
wall
instead.
up?
They're
What is
peeking
this-
mid, and that wall is such an off angle to fight there in mid, and fight they do. Pragmatic bringing the fight to them. Last round got a little awkward, so they say, let's change up our strategy. Let's get right in your face. And that's exactly what they do. Punishing a great flash to swing up. Fox gonna grab that one, and this should just be a trade on to Berto, which it is. Pragmatic, after a very scary bonus, they begin to stabilize things here up against Red Rose.
And where are you but map 5 when you reach into the bag of tricks, the bag of unexpected plays? They rush up forward into mid, throw the wall up, just completely catch Red Rose off guard, napping. Nobody ready to start shooting. They take 2 down pretty much instantly. within 3 rounds, almost immediately over, they push down and take out the last player in their spawn. That's already, I mean, the mental damage of that alone probably adds some spice to the round. Huge time to bring out mix-ups. It's map 5 after all. We've seen so much slow play from both of these teams. They've been methodical all series. Why not break out something different here as Brazen tries to continue doing so and pays for it?
Don't let the pistols do this to you.
They're
Headshot onto
letting the pistols
Anthony.
do it to them.
Potato TPing into sight, able to get that spike down, and now they have an after plant and a lurk coming up mid. This is so tough for him. The Killjoy even dropping that lockdown, gonna keep this retake stalled even more. Tour de force up close, no scope. That's Fox down. That first kill means that Pragmatic. How did they even get into this one? Yeah, just smoked off. This is probably where you want to save, but instead, they're just going to drop that ult to try to get a better position. Parker going into their own smoke, swinging out through, has one. Another headshot, but now they're the only one alive. Tries to find more, but instead it's Berto swinging through, and a thrifty round. Red Rose seem to find so much success when they're on the worst weapons.
It felt like Pragmatic had a plan for that retake. They were going to throw the Nightfall, and they wanted to throw in from the shadows to get behind using the Deafen, and they did do so successfully, but the time was just so short. They couldn't clear all the angles fully. I think at the point when the lockdown came through and it was really just warding them off, they probably should have just elected to save. What a clean hit from Red Rose to just fully take the site, push all the players back. Brazen got a bit aggressive and paid for it, and now it's on to Pragmatic to see if they can do anything with the lighter weapons. And already they're falling behind.
That shorty's gonna be found. Has to burn a shot, reload, but still wants to push forward here. The lighter weapons of Pragmatic. They at least get one with the paint shells. That's Anthony with something, but
Nice little seize
really
combo.
not too much you can do as the rotates are coming into the other side of the map, though. That's
Please don't do
something you can
back-to-back
do. You can get the
thrifties.
flank in. They surround Reggie, take him out. Please don't tell me it's back-to-back thrifties here. Potato Aim has gotten all the way up into this defender spawn, and oh, that is a timing and a half. Pixel, I think, spotted him out just by the corner, knows that there's one in heaven, so they're taking cover. And slowing it down, being cautious is important as now. The spike goes down now. Berto pushed up and shut down Anthony. So ready for that one. At least Potato Aim is still here. She can help out on this one. Running out of time, but they've still got enough. And they've still got a showstopper running in. That's such an awkward spray. And now Anthony finishes it. A three-piece and back-to-back thrifties. Pragmatic, they get right back into this one, and we stay tied.
There was something very funny about that last showstopper's kill. I'm not sure if Potato Aim like ulted so close that it immediately got canceled, or just was trying to bait with it and immediately cancel. Didn't work out, whatever happened there, and the point blank showstopper closes out the round. We see these pistols having success unexpectedly. Finally, we're going to see an actual gun round. It feels like for the first time this game, I think it's the second really, but both teams on full rifles, only a little bit of light armor, but full buys coming through. And you see the operator coming out from Crazen on the Sage of all agents, trying to lock down the middle of the map.
Interesting Sage op, I guess, with the slow orb. All they can do is slow peek you. Easy pickings. As just holding this line, nobody wants to budge. Meta Magic sitting back behind and waiting. Now they're going to peek in, and that's a missed shot. A bit unfortunate as now the wall has to be burned to just block that off. They don't want to get overrun by these rifles. The attacking side has grouped more towards B, but they still have a lurker here to make a little bit of noise, to flash through a smoke actually, and still just fighting up and now shut down. Parker's ready for it, so the rest of this attack has to make something work on B, but that lurk actually drew so much attention, so many rotates. They don't realize it, but B site's open.
Open, but not for very long. Anthony is run back and will be the sole defender. Envious up towards mailroom, also could throw some utility to help. Anthony's going to find the first. We'll get traded out. The spike should be going down. Oh, Parker's just... Okay.
Ooh.
Don't push into your opponent's smokes, friends. Not that quickly. Not without your team behind you.
Not without your team behind you. Is now Now it's a tough spot here. They have 3
That
players to
didn't
try to
kill.
retake. Envious coming in up above with Krazen. Op on a retake is never an easy thing to do, but they're going to try to make it work. Meta Magic throws down the paint shells and a res up onto Anthony. Now they have this advantage, but it's immediately taken away again. Meta Magic with 1. That gets him onto the Showstopper. The Showstopper doesn't get him a kill at all. Only Potato Aim left up alive. And as they wrap around the side, is anyone ready for it? Are they aware?
Is there
Yes!
time?
Envious
time.
knows exactly, and there is plenty of time to get this defused through. Pragmatic, last moment, ults flying back and forth, and they pull ahead in round 7.
Potato Aim maybe could have gone for the jiggles. Just trying to get Krazen down there would have been enough. Envious, though, there for the good cover. Pragmatic find another retake round win. Get themselves back into the lead. It's a narrow lead, and you know, no rifles in the hands of Red Rose. Maybe scarier, given how this map, a couple rounds in this map played out. It's going to be on to Pragmatic to see what they can do on this defense.
I've got your
Red Rose again picked offense first, so they're either really confident in their offense or really confident in their defense. And I would have a sense it's the latter, as they want to rush through mid here with the lighter gun.
I mean, the 3 rounds already that they've gotten, that's something definitely. And now, another pistol round that they're throwing in an interesting tactic. So many players running up through ropes, up into heaven, and out, streaming into the A site. Smoke deep on screens, and they can just get this plant down. The site's open for business.
Spike planted.
Fox pushed
Pragmatic
way
can
out A
close
main.
out.
Fox pushed way out A main and just found nothing.
There are
and
2 lurkers. Meta Magic hears all of this running, and in the meanwhile, there's a player up in heaven. Fox, though, you're right, in a very good spot for this retake, able to get that one. Parker just sprinting on out of it, and so these lurkers may not be able to get enough. Spotted out, Reggie in the back of the site is gone, and now it's only onto these lurkers. That's Anthony just sticking it there in the site. Berto creeping around, and yeah, they can't deny this at all. They do get a kill. A second, actually. That's some solid damage, but damage isn't enough for a round win. Pragmatic. They now have 2 or 3 in a row, excuse me. They're up by 2 now at this point. And
They went
rifles
for
are
an
out.
interesting play, and Fox aggressively pushed all the way into sewers and continued to find nothing. The call must have come in late that the hit was coming through mid to A, but eventually rotates back and found a couple frags, at least one that was nice in the retake. Superior weapons come through. Unfortunately for Red Rose, that death ball of 5 guns finds nothing, and they can't recover any rifles from any of the defenders. Ultimately don't have a whole lot to work with. Yeah, they had those 2 late lurkers, but both came in a little later than you'd like, and the spike wasn't perfectly planted for them. So the round goes over, and it's now 5-3 as we go back onto the gun round for Red Rose.
I like the group in middle. They've been able to abuse this before, splitting into these different sites. This time they have Reggie, who's gotten into ropes and is slowly clearing it out, realizing they don't see anyone in this connector. In the meanwhile, they're creeping up towards heaven, and Meta Magic, that lurk kill will cause so many rotates, so nervous. Pragmatic have to send a player away, but that's away from where the spike is looking to actually head. Though instead they're looping back up through. Reggie's come here into heaven. Gonna use the Hawk to clear more information, realize so much of this is open, and spot all the players back towards defender spawn. That being said, do they know that one is directly below? Blast packing in, but no one is looking. Fox, 1, 2, finally punished, and Berto has gotten 1. Pragmatic still on the back foot. They're getting flanked. Knife out now. Potato Aim grabs it.
Enemy remaining.
Potato Aim 1. The spray, there we go. That is some good aim coming out from Potato Aim as she just mows both of them down. And Red Rose, I said Pragmatic start to pull ahead, and they pull right back.
Good play through middle. They find a couple of picks. Managed to shut down any of the threats in the round. The late lurk, obviously there to clean everything up. Fox almost goes huge there. If he found the third, that's a different round. But thankfully, Pixel manages or is able to turn around and take the sky down and secures the round for Red Rose, who are now 4-5. Stack half looking pretty good so far. Looking to make it 5-5 here as Krazen again just barely gets away with the late wall. Actually Mark that just completely goes down. Envy is gonna
Oh,
try
no,
to
more
throw out the
util out.
Nightfall and gets caught with utility in hand. Anthony, meanwhile, has no idea where to look, goes down to
is
the lurker
falling
from B
apart.
main, and Red Rose have just completely shattered the
You
hold
should
of the B
run.
site. Spike should be going down here.
Yeah, and
There's the
another
lockdown again
Killjoy.
as well.
Yeah.
So,
This is very, very difficult, and this is now a
One
spot
enemy
where
remaining.
Red Rose, yes, they hadn't tasted winning in a little bit, but now that they do, they are loving it. Those last two maps where they fall, where Pragmatic basically put in all that work to bring us here, will that work be for naught? Red Rose, an amazing attacking side so far.
maybe not amazing, but 5-5 still very impressive, especially if you subscribe to the theory that Split is very defender-sided, which
Yeah.
I tend to agree with. Pragmatic
I
here.
subscribe to that theory. I clicked the notification bell on that one.
As you should subscribe to our YouTube channel if you're watching the stream on YouTube. Why not shamelessly shill? I've always wanted to shamelessly shill. But we're going to see actually the set play out of Pragmatic with the lighter guns. The Hawk
run!
comes through, blinds several. Anthony will though only find one, but the nade to follow up. Fox with the rifle, or with the frenzy as well. It's a 2-for-2 so far.
So
Not
back
sure if
and
this
forth.
exchange is over. Still 2 players from each side close here. Prowler's going to find Anthony or Metamagic running the other direction. I keep getting the teams confused, which player's on which team confused.
Yeah.
They will find Potato Aim though, and Krazen unfortunately pushing out B isn't going to find anything because the 2 players
Yeah.
have slipped through mid behind him. It will
They've
be a
circumvented the
numbers
flank.
advantage. Yeah, it'll be numbers advantage on the retake. They're going to be able to collect rifles for at least
Yeah, that's important.
2 of them, but it's a long, long walk. They're going to have to do this knives out. And the whole retake looks like it's going to be coming through mid and B, or mid and main.
Alright, we still have 2 slow orbs up and a wall, so... Ooh, and a heal, actually, so this is enough util to get things going, though. Showstopper on the side of Metamagic. Oh no, they've looked away at the wrong time. Now they look back, they spot the peek, and again, Envy is caught with util out. Trying to peek with that haunt out. Now,
One enemy
that
remaining.
Showstopper will come
Oh.
through, and it's a double kill on it! The Showstopper to finish, and it
Last
stops
round
the
before
show
the
of
switch.
Pragmatic as they were hoping to get that thrifty round through, and instead, Red Rose, they're looking to win this half.
As Reggie throws the assortment of shorties into spawn. That Showstopper reminding me of the beta back when that thing used to kill you from it felt like a mile away. Converts the round for Red Rose, and it was really just that passing in the night.
Yeah.
Nobody was found from the push out of I'm totally blanking on names. The series is going long enough. Krazen, there we go. Thank you for popping up the kill feed. That makes my life easier. But Krazen, man, just walking out B main and never finding anybody while the spike goes behind him proved to be the difference in that round. It gave them a clean 2v3. The first pick's gone, but the first pick has gone in favor of Pragmatic, and Krazen somehow gets out of that position. Why was he there with an op?
I don't know. Just
Hold on.
feeling kind of crazy.
Scout destroyed.
Jason going crazy now. The op gonna ring out again. They know exactly where it is, but Red Rose on the disadvantage, and this more attention to mid control here from Pragmatic really working out. The push through B main though not working out. It's spotted, and so Fox just has to back up, tuck into this corner angle. The spike is turning over to A, which is a site that's completely open. So the rotate coming through this Omen v Omen duel is going to be very, very important, and Parker wins it out.
Win Pragmatic now in a huge favor for this round to set things at a 6-6 half. Still threats alive though, but they have the Seekers. If Fox goes
Oh,
down here though, that
no.
goes offline. Nope, Reggie's not clearing him.
30 seconds
Fox
left.
almost whiffed, but Reggie will go down. Should see the Seekers popped any second now, I would think. There's no reason not to, as Fox will pop
Out of
them after
charges.
confirming Metamagic's location. Metamagic does break both, but why not throw it out? Guiding Light comes through Metamagic. Oh, nice movement with the satchels, but in this 2v5, they're going to have to find a lot more than nice movement. They're going to have to find nice kills. That's one.
Spike
Spike
dropped.
dropped behind. Anthony will find the last 2. It's a 6-6 half. As we go into Red
Switching
Rose's
sides.
defense, we'll
Close
see
as can
who
be.
can win this out. Yeah, we are dead heat here in map 5. We had a couple of blowouts, or not really blowouts, but pretty decisive maps in our last 2. Really across the series since Ascent. I think we're in for a close one. I think we're in for a close one to close this out.
Yeah, really, no rounds the difference. This pistol round could be everything. either of these sides want to start off with this advantage here. But I don't know. Where will things be heading? Well, it's the A site. Envious ready to throw out that haunt, and they're ready to just run on into this one. 5 attackers all grouped up here. Here it is, all the util coming in. This is their set piece. This is their full send. And things begin for half number 2. Fox doesn't see anyone. They revealed it once in the back of the site. Pixel's now going to be known. And as they all begin to try to go for this hit, all of the rotates come in. Basically surrounded Potato Aim with a right click and then double taps the next one. Jumping in to try to find more. But as they go down, Reggie is still there, still fighting in towards heaven. And so it's only on to Crazen.
Crazen
Ghost
left.
in hand.
Yeah, left in this 1v3. All 3 players, I believe, fully healthy. A couple even with armor. Makes this very tricky. Could walk back towards the B site, and I'm sure Birdo is going to have to respect that possibility sooner rather than later, but is choosing to just walk forward. Finds taps onto 1. Can't find anything else. Pixel will shut Crazen down. And we're seeing a return to some of the fragging, multi-frag potential of Potato Aim. Still only 8 and 11 on this map, but had some of those clutches on Breeze and way back on Ascent, and got some nice impact frags in that round, finding the first 2 and opening up the space for the rest of the team to swing.
Yeah, just perfect there. And now off the back of that one, we're going to see Pragmatic just opt in for the full save. Classics are obviously dangerous, but Red Rose is a competent team. I say should, be able to deal with this one.
I'm sorry, did you have to say should twice like that? We all know what happens.
Oh gosh. But like, they really should, right? Like,
why are you doubling down?
If I do it enough, it'll cancel itself out.
Will it? Is that how the caster curse works?
Okay. I don't really know, but I'm sort of stress testing a couple of theories, you know? Trying to hone my abilities so that, you know,
just
that way,
in case you ever find yourself in a big match.
Use my powers for good.
Like maybe, I don't know, game 5 of this championship match, best of 5. As we're going to see the trade up in B heaven. Birdo also finds Fox down on the B site. The push for Pragmatic is stalled out. They do collect a judge for their efforts, but Pixel on the timing finds all 3. Unfortunately, Fuffy, I don't think your caster curse is that strong.
No, it's not. I think my theory is correct, though. It cancels it out if I do it enough. If we mention the caster curse after cursing, then it like reverse curses.
Yeah, no, that sounds like good science to me. It's what one trial each is how.
Yeah,
you
I learned that one from Bill Nye the Science Guy back in 5th grade. So don't at me.
No Bill Nye on this server, unfortunately. As this will be Pragmatic facing the Red Rose bonus round, and with so many kept alive, they have full Spectres and.
I want to see Red Rose do something crazy, and it looks like they are. They're all pushing
crazy,
in.
Yeah, and it's on to Parker here to shut this down. We'll find the first.
Ooh. Gotta keep that gun out. They're not ready for Parker now. Parker drops a smoke and isn't ready for Magic up close. That's a trade and a better gun retrieved. Birdo able to sort of barely escape that boombot as it slides on past, and these players go down through ropes.
I can't understand why they don't just fast at the B site. They know there was 2 players pushing into A main.
No.
They don't clear Birdo, but only finds 1.
Okay,
there's just 2 players running through their spawn still, by the way. Spike should go down here. It's going to be a 3v3 retake from some unorthodox angles, to say the least.
This is the sides of swaps. The defenders are attacking now, and as they tap on that Spike, it's going to be Crazen who swings in, and Magic shuts him down. Pixel gets the one on the flank, and so it's only Anthony who has 1 pick, but does not have that Spike planted. Has to win that duel, does it, but with only 16 HP left, they're into a one-on-one. Creeping around the side, the smoke gives them cover to grab the plant. They need to make sure, as the smoke dissipates, they get back away. They can plant this one.
Could just go to the other side, though.
Instead, they're going to go far. Yeah, knife out, there's time.
Yeah, no, very smart play by Anthony. Guarantees the spike plant in the safest manner. Magic as well still has paint shells online, so this is almost a necessary play, I'd say.
Yeah, you have to plant and get out of there. You can't be stuck in the back of the site or you'll just get hit by that paint shells and die.
Planted for heaven, lots of options.
Yeah,
this could be difficult. Magic has health advantage and more utility.
into heaven. This is the duel, and Metamagic is watching it. Metamagic with the 3K. They push on through, flank around that B site, and all the way around the world back to A where they started. Metamagic for Red Rose, locking in a 9th round in that 1v1.
Bonus round conversion for Red Rose, and things are starting to look scary for Pragmatic. They don't have the money to full buy here. We'll see if they try to go for the force. But they potentially are looking to drop 10, and yeah, it looks like they, you know, other than the threat of the eco, they're going to be conceding this round effectively. Of course, still a threat from the lighter guns, but Red Rose could be seeing themselves on 10 very quickly, and Pragmatic, who worked so hard to get to this map 5, are starting to see this slip through their fingers. What is their reaction? How do they find their way back into the map and into this attacking half? That's such a good blind, but thankfully Krazen there to trade, and they're going to invest the res. Aggressive choice, but it is the one that they make. It's going to be a 5v4 as they have numbers advantage, and they're fighting for control of A Heaven. Everybody is here. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate has been released for a while, but everybody is in fact here as Pixel finds Barker trying to take sight.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to slow down just a little bit as the lockdown
Defender
comes
Killjoy
through.
is going to send him away. Say, shoo, get out of this site, and that's exactly what they'll do. Heading back down through sewers and around spawn. That's where Reggie's
no
going
way
to
they
hear him
clear
and going to
this.
meet him. Ready for both these players running up. They give it a glance, but they're just not prepared. 2 headshots on that Phantom, making it work even on that later bullet of the spray. And so these last 2 players on the long rotate. Do they expect Birdo up close? Oh, they do. That frenzy kill will at least enable a plant. Still a really rough spot. The Boombot can be up so close. Should be able to do plenty of damage. It does, though somehow Fox still escapes.
Pragmatic could use this hold. The tap on the spike is going to prompt Fox to swing. Gets the headshot, but it's not enough damage. Envious to follow up, but down to low health. Reggie will take him down. It's going to be the 10th on the board for Red Rose, and they are starting to put a gap in this game, on this map. Pragmatic need to answer, and soon, or this is Red Rose's championship to lose.
Red Rose have just played so much Valorant in the lead up to this. Looking at the bracket, Pragmatic were seeded for a first round bye. They're the ones that, based on regular season results, are supposed to be the favorites in here. But yet Red Rose coming in on this one, giving it their all, coming all the way from those quarterfinals, and now they have the endurance, the stamina to bring us up to this point, up to a 4-round lead in map 5. But the timeout taken for Pragmatic, if they can figure it out here and now, using these 60 seconds, this could be huge.
And again, we see Pragmatic going for the later timeouts. They haven't had to call one in the past 2 maps. They've never really been in. I think they might have called one on Icebox to stabilize things when it got to 12-9 or so. But definitely didn't need one on Bind. And things now slipping away. Neither team felt the need to call it because the map's was so back and forth in the first half. But now the first real lead from Red Rose. Light Garden's franchise looking to secure a championship here. And Pragmatic need to dig deep. They're going to have rifles online, but the attack side, again, can be tricky. Hopefully they go to play through mid some. There's no wall from Red Rose, none of the traditional delay, no slow orb, so they can take a lot of control of the middle of the map, convert that into a B hit, an A hit, and they've been trying. Perhaps a little too hard. I mean, we've seen some 5-man rushes, I believe. No, I'm thinking of the first half. It's been a long game. It's been a long night. But
a very long one.
Looks like Potato Aim wants to throw up a one-way here. We'll see if they challenge. Potato Aim's going to see a lot of feet.
Oh, no,
we'll
that's
find the
spike.
first.
B. I have the spike.
Okay, they can pick it up, though.
No resurrection available. I don't even think it's particularly close because it did get invested in the last round. That's where you start to wonder if it was really worth it. Could have 5 players alive here in the gun round. Instead, going to have to settle for the 4v5 as you couldn't convert with the lighter weapons. I just want to hard hit through B. The Nightfall might be coming through. Don't like this play, but you've got to make something work, so they have to. They're committing to it, and they better commit to it hard.
Time to face your fears. That Fatal coming out, and as well as the Showstopper jumping into the site, and they just end up taking themselves down. Reggie, in the meanwhile, has gotten the perfect spray, and that immediately stops the hit. Reggie can't believe what just happened as they lock
see that
in
ping at the end?
11.
Reggie calling out the missed smoke. It was a bad smoke by Parker that let him just see down, see all, take all down. Anthony, with what I can only assume must be some kind of super Rosa ult, takes himself down and nobody else. Welcome to playing against Chamber.
Kamikaze ult.
And now Red Rose, they don't want to give up, or not Red Rose, Pragmatic, they don't want to give up match point. They don't want to give up 12, so they're going to force here. And that's a good
Great
first
shot.
kill by Anthony. That is huge.
Yeah, in these games, the ones that they've won, it's been Anthony leading the charge, just having so much impact with the kicks that they're able to get, and Anthony really has to come online if they want to win this one. Fight's coming in mid. It's Reggie the one to swing, and this time Reggie's going to go down. Metamagic has shut down Krazen in the meanwhile, so the majority of this force coming in towards mid, while Parker is looking up towards heaven. They're alone with the spike. And the rotating in are going to be their teammates. It's an A finish that they're looking for on the side of Pragmatic.
Can they break, or are they? Because they're looping back towards B. They do have
a
From the
prank.
Shadows online, but why is he pushing so far forward as Parker?
Solo with Spike!
Yeah, he finds
It's a
one, but
kill.
now Spike's dropped. Surely they realized
Did they not
that he
know?
couldn't walk forward there. Losing the Spike makes this very difficult. Nobody's watching it,
player
thankfully, and Berto's actually going to
Oh.
go down. So it's all left on a Metamagic. Both of these
30
players
seconds
very
to
low.
trade. They just
One
have to
enemy
trade here.
remaining.
They just have to trade, but instead
30 seconds
Metamagic's
left.
gotten one and gotten
Anthony
away.
might
Paint
do
Shell's
it.
going to force Anthony forward, and Anthony's jumped over. Spike can be retrieved, and Anthony is going to sprint all the way. It's the Olympic 100-meter dash to the B site. And Anthony has plenty of time to get this one down. Instead, though,
Oh, he wants
they're
to see if
looking to cut
Metamagic's
him off at the
rotating, and he's
pass.
not.
10
But
seconds
Metamagic
left.
isn't
Has he
rotating.
wasted too much time?
He's wasted a lot of
7
time, but can
seconds.
still get this plant down. Should just barely have
I
enough
think he
time.
missed
Yeah,
it.
calculated it to a T. I think he has it. I think no. You're right. Missing it out, and so Metamagic wins the clutch
Match
up against
point.
Anthony, just barely wasting too much time. That was,
Second
like,
time of
frame
asking.
perfect.
Yeah, it was maybe 500s. Second time of asking for Anthony in the lower health clutch against Metamagic and just can't do it. Runs out of time, tries to get cheeky and catch Metamagic rotating through spawn, but Metamagic didn't even move. Just kept sitting around on A site, really, and slowly exploring that. Spike just doesn't go down in time. That is a tragic way to lose a round that you desperately needed. It's now going to be 6 in a row. Red Rose has faced this on the past 2 maps or worse. Pragmatic now has to find a way to do it themselves if they want any chance. This is it. This could be it. This could be Red Rose's final round. This could be the time. This could be them claiming the crown of advanced.
It really
Pragmatic
could.
has to have something to say about it.
Yeah. And they're on this attacking side, so they're the ones who have to figure things out. They're the ones who have to take the fight to them. And this time the fight is up in heaven as the showstopper comes out. It's not going to connect with anyone. Turning around, Berto actually the one to get a pick. That's the first Pragmatic player going down. Only 4 more kills to find to grab this one. Make it
down
3.
A.
Reggie has found Fox. That's the Sky. Onto the other Sky, and they're not ready for Pixel up close. Pixel has one at least. Krazen has the trade. Now back into this site. Can get the spike down, but 2 of them left to hold it. They're just tucked so deep in the back of this site. The util should be enough to flush them out. This should be it. They're going to need some crazy shots. Kristen has gotten
player
one.
standing.
But that is the only that they're going to get. Krazen and Parker falling, and Red Rose rise to be the victors.
Red
Defenders
Rose
win.
do it. They prevent the reverse sweep. They finally get a map they can win. They take split 13-6, and they are the first champions of anything in the VDC as they claim the advanced title for themselves. Congratulations to Light Garden's Red Rose. What a huge performance by them, coming all the way from the 5th seed. They worked hard for this championship, and they have earned it through these playoffs. A fantastic regular season and even better playoffs. Red Rose are your advanced champions, and they deserve it.
They definitely do. The fact that, they performed strong in the regular season, but they only went 12-10. They weren't a standout team. They weren't a favorite to win this whole thing, but they just put in the work. They put in the hours, they grind, and they take what is theirs. Champions here. That was a beautiful best of 5 to watch, and that's only the first of many finals to come.
For sure. Our next final will actually be tomorrow night, as Master is going for their finals as the number 1 seeded Flames. I keep forgetting what the Blazes teams are called, but Flames will play host to Light Garden. Light Garden's Purple Iris, as Light Garden has a chance at a second championship here, as that best of 5 will take place same place, same time tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern time on this very stream. Should be both Twitch and YouTube. We're excited to have that one happen as well, and we've been excited by this one. What a great result. Red Rose again really earned this. They had to go through 4-1 and 2 to get this championship seeds in the playoffs, and took them all down in order. Some huge pickups in the middle of this season really contributed to this win. Great plays all around. Pragmatic, for their part, came so close, fought back from that 2-0 deficit. And while they can't walk away with a championship, they really did make this a competitive match when they could have just kneeled over and died on map 3. And they didn't do that. They were ready to fight back and just fall short.
This was all of these players' first season here. I mean, it was everyone's. And so even if you just make it to the finals on your first season, like, you still got to have your head held high. Yes, you can think of the what ifs, but in the end, you just got to say GG's and move on, as that was just a banger of a series.
Truly quite a banger. No sextuple overtime.
Nope.
On Split,
Unfortunately.
it was pretty convincing from Red Rose. They were confident in starting on that attack, and their defense, I believe, was immaculate. I believe that was a 13-6 right after a 6-6 first half. So maybe they were playing for that. Hey, we can win as many as we need on defense. Let's just get our attack half out of the way. It worked out for them. Nice call by the team there. And they roll over that final map. Managed to have the mental capacity, the mental fortitude to not get too tilted by losing the second or the third and fourth maps. The reverse sweep looming, I know, has to be a scary threat, but they managed to avoid it, and they take this championship, and we crown our first champions in the VDC.
The first, many more to come. I'm at a loss for words. That's all I got. I've said so much over the course of this best of 5. Everyone's seen so much over all of this. The players have played their hearts out. And
is it a bad time for me to tell you that you're on for Masters final tomorrow?
Oh gosh, I mean, it's exciting. I think everyone should be excited for. I mean, more play tomorrow.
I'm really excited for that
continue
series.
On.
I am unfortunately engaged with some other things, but I'll definitely have it on in the background. I'm excited to see how that series goes, and I enjoyed this series thoroughly. Just to close things out, congratulations to Red Rose and the Light Garden franchise for being our first champions of Advanced. Also, going way back to the beginning of the stream, congratulations to Waffle of Snowflake Obsidian, our Advanced tier MVP. And we look forward to seeing you for the streams to come. We have the Masters Grand Finals tomorrow. We will be starting Contender and Premier playoffs on Wednesday. Still plenty of the VDC season left to watch. We can't wait to have you guys along for the ride with us. For now, from myself, from Fluffy, and from our production crew, Univeth, Mr. Ramen, Josh, and Kid Zombie, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Come back tomorrow, same time, same place, and just have a great night.
Go, go,